And now, spirit word now, especially for yeah. You guys think of super kids starting pace. Oh boy, oh boy. Wow. I'm good. You have respect. Do you want? Oh yeah. With great power and responsibility. You says Spider. Oh, and because they're like, yeah, yeah, no way. That's great. I know he's like, I don't like you got
Some of them might not have.
Can I ask that question? I forgot. I forgot about that in USB Type C. Hey, yeah, where's my charger? Charging. Here. Oh, that is the tool. I know. I didn't know. You just can't go. No, you guys just put taking over things today, bro. Who is qualified? I'm sorry. What are you talking about? Who's taking over things? It's like a hard standing to be. What? We're gonna replace you as SRO. I mean, if they want to start tomorrow, yeah. I didn't see your first.
Like the car.
I'll move to reset. I'll move to reset. Very good. Yeah, you can send it over.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'll be starting the Senate meeting today. So, can I? Can we start? Roll call. I call the meeting to order at 4:06 p.m. She's
I'm
here.
that
Here.
Hannah here. Caitlin. Essia. Joel.
Not here.
Not here.
Not here. Not here.
Okay. Ariana. Here. Ian.
Here.
Ted.
Here.
Megan. Here. Benjamin.
Here.
Verenchi.
Here.
DeAndre.
Here.
Christopher.
Here.
Aaron. He's here. Okay. Rhea. Here. Adrian. Here.
Not here.
Jenna.
Not here.
Jason.
Here.
Nicholas. Okay. Kate. Here. Matthew. Here. Daniela.
Not here.
Mexico. Here. Eddie.
Here.
Anish.
Here.
Javin.
Here. Here. Can I get an approval of minutes from April 22nd? Sia?
I'm going to approve the minutes from April 22nd.
Matthew? Any objections? What? April what? April 22nd.
That's the April. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know why. It's April. Oh,
That's what I gave me.
Yeah.
Last Wednesday. The last one.
okay, can I get a, yeah, I'm gonna remotion it. Can I get a approval of minutes from April 17th? Sia?
I approve the minutes. It's approved, April 17th.
Matthew? Any objections? No objections, motion passed. Moving on to public comments. Are there any public comments? No public comments. Are there any advisor announcements?
Very quickly, so we have dinner coming around 6 o'clock because we'll be here for internal elections, so that's gonna take us. I see a lot of yes. So we have pizza coming from Pizza, some wings, some other appetizers and dessert and drinks. So we'll put all of that out, and everyone who's here, including all those in the audience, you'll be able to share in the meal with us. And then I just want to say congratulations to those that have already received notification that you got into your school. So wonderful, and I'm really excited to hear we're all planning on going. And then I also know that it's a still a high, it's a time when there's a lot of anxiety, because now you're having to decide where you're gonna go. It's the last quarter, our motivations might have shifted a little bit. So I'm just gonna ask all of you to, still stick with it, and stay focused. But what an exciting time for all of you to be deciding, for those that are gonna be leaving us in a few months. So, but be kind to yourself and to others, and we only have like almost just a month to go. So really, it's both an exciting time, but lots of changes and transitions. So I'm really happy to be in the mix with all of you. And also, Ken had a family emergency this week. Her father was in the hospital, so she had to leave early this morning. So she will be out for the rest of the week. And I know that she's checking email, but for those of you that are working with her, just know that her capacity might be reached because she is trying to take care of her father, and in his ailing, condition. So, if she doesn't get back to you right away, you know, please don't take it personally. She's got other priorities right now. Okay? And please be at Club Day tomorrow, and we'll see you at Enrollment Day on Saturday too, for those that have signed up to help. Thank you.
Yeah, so tonight for dinner, there's a sign-in sheet that's going to be passed around, so make sure you sign it for the meeting. Okay.
Moving on to, advisors on 9, are there any announcements? Okay, moving on to Senate announcements.
Oh, that was mine for Senate announcement.
Okay, moving on to Senate announcements, are there any Senate announcements? Becky?
Every year, VITA collaborates with DASG for our DSG Student Government Student Leadership Award. Applications will be coming out this week. All the other student leaders are eligible. And all the recipients of the award will be invited to the student leadership recognition, which is going to be Wednesday, June 5th. More information about the application form will be on the VITA website, and I will also post it on the Discord and a lot of other places. And you may nominate yourself or nominate someone else.
And the cool thing about this award is it gets noted on your transcript. And it'll actually say student leadership on there.
That's it?
So thank you to everyone who has been helping out with the Earth Week. I heard it was a great success, so that's really good. We have 2 more things coming up this week. So tomorrow is Club Day. So if you're interested in getting some field hours, or you just want to help out at our table to tell everyone how amazing and wonderful and super wow DHG is, I encourage you to sign up. And then on Saturday is the enrollment day. I forgot to add the setup time, so I added that into the sign up sheet. So if you're available to help at all during that time, it's from 9 to 1. Setup is gonna be 8:30 to 9, and then cleanup is 1 to 1:30. So if you're available to come help out during that time at all, I definitely encourage you to. You can get a lot of field hours, and also, again, tell everyone how cool DHG is and help the ends that get more students maybe. So yeah.
Yeah, so guys, sign up for enrollment day and, Club Day, you guys can, counts for field hours too. Any more Senate announcements? No Senate announcements? So let's move on to student trustee announcements. Oh, it's not here. Okay. Moving on to external shared governance committee reports. Are there any external shared governance committee reports? No? Ian?
Yeah, so academic senate Monday. And it was a district academic senate meeting, so Foothills Academic Senate was also there. They basically just presented and discussed regular substantive interaction for RSI. And basically just for faculty and instructors who are teaching hybrid or online. It's just a way to ensure that when they teach, like they're actually interacting with their students well enough. So it's not just like give it to them and leave it to them. So you kind of set up a way or they were discussing ways to kind of make sure the logistics of that was settled, and it's gonna be, it was approved, and the document is in our Discord. And they're gonna bring it up to FA, which is the Faculty Association, to kind of get it figured out. So, yeah, but real quick on that, actually. And this was for actually last week's Academic Senate meeting. There was a discussion about police having tasers on campus. And I just wanted to get any student feedback on what your thoughts, yay, nay, meh. Yeah.
Can the public comment on this?
So I'm just trying to get feedback to see what,
Yeah, you can see Ian later to let him know what you think, but,
okay,
unless you want to allow.
I'm
Go
fine
back
with
and submit a public comment.
okay.
right now.
It's up to you.
Sure.
Okay, well, hell no, I do not believe that police here at the onset should have, that these are an option. It's only going to hurt more students than it'll help.
Yeah. Anna?
Can I go?
Yeah.
So I was just like, this is a shared gov report, is that right, for PCAC?
So I am in Police Chief Advisory Committee, and we're also discussing this topic. And obviously, the police of Vianda and Foothill believe that that they should have tasers alongside all the equipment that they already do have. But I will be talking, but I personally do not agree. So I will be talking more about it in our meeting next month, and it's gonna be the second week of May.
Any more public comments on that issue? Moving on, any other shared governance committee reports? Oh,
Yeah, so basically just, if you guys have any thoughts about it, you don't want to say anything, you guys either DM me, just because. The matter is gonna come to academic senate and they want to hear the students' voices about it, so. Feel free to DM me on Discord, or shoot me an email if you have any thoughts about it. In the shared government reports, like for last week's academic senate. There's like a slideshow, a whole presentation on why they think TASER should be a part of it. There's like a bunch of statistics. And there's also time for you to kind of like, we call it boba with a cop. And there's also like a bunch of forums that you guys, and also the next CCAC meeting, it's kind of all there. So if you wanted to bring it up to them directly, y'all can do that, but the information is all in the Discord, so just let me know.
yeah,
Thank you.
Dennis?
Yeah, and actually, since it was brought up, let Hannah know as well, so Ian and Hannah, so
Yes.
he'll take it to academic senate, and she can take it to the police chief's advisory committee.
Okay,
College Council met last Thursday and we made some changes to the membership. So we approved college membership proposal 2, where we added 1 VP to the membership. And also we will add 1 more DASG representative. And we changed the classified Senate president elect to a non-voting member.
I see it.
Yeah, so classified Senate met yesterday. And so one thing specifically that they asked about, which I wanted to bring up here, or I guess ask also, was, if DHG had any specific, thoughts or feedback, regarding the town hall that happened, I think it was last Thursday. So if anyone has, I wasn't able to attend, but if anyone, was able to attend and has any like notes, from that, could you just please message me or something so that I can, let classified Senate know what our thoughts are as DHG?
Yesterday, and we had updates on the available funds for next year, which is more than $250,000.
Any more shared governance reports? No? Okay, moving on to internal DSG committee reports. Well, I guess I'll start first. Administration met today and we discussed the election process, which we'll go over later. And then we also discussed about resolution. Anna?
Yes, I met today and we planned resource fair and discussed an intern proposal for DSG's informational video.
See you.
So programs met yesterday and we talked about our plan for a club day, which again, everyone should sign up for. We're having a Kung Fu Panda theme. And we're gonna have like a cup pong activity again. There's also gonna be headbands for anyone who's tabling. You can just like, I think we only got 6 or something, so you can just like cycle through wearing them. We also talked about the flea market and the mini flea market. So we're sorting, or well, Ian and Jenna are sorting through vendors, and they're gonna also have interns be involved with the process this time. And they're waiting to hear back from some clubs if they're able to perform. So I guess if Ian is fine with it, and Jen also is not here. If anyone is interested in performing at the mini flea market, let him know, and maybe he can get you a spot or something. Then we also talked about the speaker event we are gonna have with ICC, which is gonna be May 9th from 12 to 1. And again, that's a collaboration with ICC, and then we also talked about a transfer event that's gonna happen June 5th, 5:30 to 8 p.m. in the VPAC Center, that DHG was reached out to for collaboration, so we will probably be collaborating on that as well. And then we also talked about our carnival, which we're just working on logistics for.
Okay, Isaac?
Finance met on Monday and we are preparing for the
budget presentation to the Board of Trustees, which will be Monday in 2 weeks. So, yeah.
Chris, can you go since Caitlin is
For what?
for marketing
For,
report?
Oh. Marketing met. And we discussed the new DASG account for the DASG bin, which is gonna be more about like more off-topic, fun reels. We also talked about promotional items such as the DASG t-shirts, which will be given out to all current interns, probably later in a couple of weeks. And the Earth Week was also posted as well. And yeah.
Okay. Moving on to the consent calendar, can I get a motion for the consent calendar? Yeah. Ted,
I second.
are there any objections? No objections, moved by Ian, seconded by Ted, the consent calendar is approved. So let's move on to business item number 1, which is the January-March 2024 checks $500 or greater. Lisa, are you here?
Yes, hello. Hello, everyone. So I'm Lisa Kirk. I'm here again just to present the list of checks that were processed between January and March for our office that were $500 or greater. So this is the list. You can see there are 15 checks. Again, the last column shows the account number. The first 2 numbers are the fund number. So only Fund 44 are not DSG funds. Those are club funds. If you see the first 2 numbers are a 44, that's a club fund. And it's listed in order by the highest dollar amount per month. So that's how it goes. Every month you'll see we process a check to FDACCD, which is short for Foothill De Anza Community College District. Those are the payments that only the district can make, and they bill us back to pay them back for things like payroll, contractor payments, district purchase requisitions, those types of expenses that we cannot pay out directly from our office. So are there any questions on the list? You'll see this list once a quarter. And it's just information for you and to answer any questions. But if you want to see more information, more detailed information by the account, we have the reports. Dennis updates them every couple of weeks on the website that you can see more detailed information on the reports. Are there any questions for me?
Any questions? If there's no questions,
Can I just make one more comment? So we're
Yeah.
quickly approaching our fiscal year end, which is in June. So please, if you have any reimbursement requests or contractor payment requests or anything like that to submit, please do so as soon as possible. Because the closer we get to June 30th, the busier it gets for us. And we appreciate receiving your requests sooner rather than later. Thank you.
thank you, Lisa, for the comment. Moving on to the business item number 2, which is the De Anza mascot program. This item is to discuss and possibly approve up to $500 to pay $25 an hour for a mascot handler for both the enrollment day and the graduation.
That should be a mascot and handler. Is that correct? Yeah, that is correct. Yeah, so we are hoping to be able to have the mascot at enrollment day, and then I think this is to cover, yeah, and to cover graduation as well. So just $500 from special allocations, and it's for 2 students each event, because the mascot also needs somebody to make sure they're not, walking into things or tripping and so on and so forth, because you can't really see through the costume all that well. So yeah, the mascot costumes, generally require a handler or assistant. So this would be $500 for 2 students for 2 events.
So.
Hmm?
It's an item.
Yeah.
Anyone have any questions about the mascot program and potentially approve up to $500 for a mascot handler? If there's no question,
Mascot and
handler, for both the enrollment day and the graduation day. If there are no questions, can I get, a motion, for the budget request? Yeah,
I move to approve $500 to pay for a mascot handler. for enrollment day.
and handler,
Oh.
just so
Oh, wait, sorry, what was it?
mascot and.
Mascot and handler.
Missing the and.
For enrollment day on April 27th, 2024, and graduation day on June 29th, 2024.
I guess, yeah. Any objections? No objections, motion is approved. So let's move on to business item number 3, which is the 2024-2025 DSG Chair of Finance Runoff Election Appeals. This item is to hear, discuss, and act if necessary any candidate's appeal to any decisions of the DSG Elections Committee related to the 2024 to 2025 DSG Chair of Finance Runoff Election. Dennis, I know that there is an update regarding to the Chair of Finance runoff election.
Yeah, all right, so, on Monday, Ted and I discussed what, possible options we would have if we, still did not have enough votes for the runoff election, which is the case. I'll share the screen in a moment, but so what we talked about, and administration committee / elections committee also approved this earlier today, but the proposal that Ed and I talked about was if it turns out that Aditya is again the front runner by a clear margin in the runoff election to date, just like he was in the regular election, then perhaps administration committee and Senate would appoint / declare that he is the winner and chair of finance for 24-25, because we really just cannot extend the election anymore. There are a number of other things that need to take place as well that fall in line with those dates. So we are hoping the Senate will be okay with that as well, just like the administration and election committee was. So I'll show the specific numbers in a moment, but Aditya is a clear front runner for the election. For the winter, general election, none of the candidates have 15% of the total number of ballots cast, but Aditya did have almost double the next highest candidate. So in winter, he had 139. Oh, no, that's not. He had 143, and the next highest was 75. So almost double. For the runoff election to date, we have 302 ballots submitted. 15% of that, just to make that part clear, is 46 votes. So 2 of the candidates got at least 46, Aditya being one of them. But Aditya has over 3 times the next highest candidate. So Aditya has 142 votes. The next highest candidate has 47. So we are hoping that, and 3 times 47 is 141, so just over 3 times more than the next highest candidate. We will be updating codes and so on to handle this situation, which hasn't really happened before, in the future. But we are hoping that the Senate will be okay with the same thing that administration committee said, okay, we'll do that. And that is too, at this point, because of the, he was by a clear margin, really won, in both elections, the winner. And I can share the final numbers for the runoff election up to now. So here's the final vote count. Zain Darwish 29, Chetna Prasad 43, Yan Ming Ting 47, and Aditya Sharma 142. And again, if we wanted to look at what 15% is, that's 46. And then 47 being second highest, 3 times that is 141, and Aditya has 42. So are there any objections to that, or to be safe, does anyone want to make a motion as well to that?
And I understand that this seems pretty unprecedented, but at least in my opinion, it's pretty clear that the votes they have very big margin difference. And we're just unable to extend the elections further. Internal election's gonna be, internal election's gonna be 2 weeks, next week and then next week after too. And
We also have the trainings set up. We are delayed them once or twice for some of the training sessions for the 24-25 senators. The executive officer training is this Friday. And then starting, hopefully you'll be done with the internal officer elections on May 8th. So that's 2 meetings from now. So, so the next training session is set for May 10th with the whole Senate. 24.
anyone has any questions, comments about that? No?
I want to know how other candidates feel about this. This motion that we try to do, like those who are present should at least have opinion to express how they feel about us cutting off the elections.
Or is Zain, Yan Ming, or Chetna here?
Yeah, that's,
Yumi?
well. If I still have a chance, I would of course love to take it, but I would understand if the Senate decides another option.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, any objections from the Senate or anyone else at this point, I suppose? Okay, it looks like there's not, just to be safe, if we could please get a motion. So I guess the motion would be, I move to declare, I guess, Aditya Sharma the winner, or something, victor, winner, whatever you want to say, for the 2024-2025 DSG Chair of Finance runoff election.
Is that?
I declare,
Move to declare.
I move to approve. I motion to declare Aditya Sharma as the winner of the. Oh, okay, yeah, the winner of the 2024-2025 runoff election for the chair of finance position.
I think people will second. Does anyone, Ted,
I second.
any objections?
Move and second.
Moved by, Zach, seconded by Ted. Are there any objections? Last call. Okay. Motion is passed.
I think he's online, actually. Congratulations, Aditya, and,
Thank you.
this was And like I said, this is an unprecedented situation. It's never happened in my 25 or so years here. But, you know, some things, you know, a lot of things have changed over the years, and we will update the code to, you know, clarify some things for future.
And congrats to all of the candidates, so they all did a great job.
Moving on to internal elections.
There.
I don't wanna,
You can, on the little control panel here, you can say, no, the control, the right one that you just moved out of the way. That touch screen thing, yeah, there's an option that says mute projector, so just temporarily, you know, turns it off. It doesn't turn it down, and then you can unmute it.
so, coming up, we'll have internal elections. Just a second, though. Because I forgot my password. So, everyone, welcome to DASG internal election. Can I get a round of applause? So, first of all, you're welcome to check out this voter guide, as well as the handbook that we sent out yesterday night about the candidates' information. So today we're gonna go over events coordinator and then flea market liaison. And then coming up with equity and diversity commissioner and then student rights officer. And this is the schedule per position. We're gonna have 1 minute and 30 seconds per individual statement. And then later on, we're gonna have a group Q&A session for 10 minutes, extendable. And then the Senate is gonna deliberate again for 10 minutes. Again, extendable. So, again, just some rules. First of all, please refrain from any comments or questions, senators, that are not related to the role of the discussion. Second of all, please don't use any profanity or inappropriate languages. Thirdly, raise your hands, or you're not required to answer the questions if you don't want to. So, without further ado, can the candidates for the events coordinator come up? And again, round of applause.
Also, this isn't just this year's Senate that votes on this, it's also the elected executive officer for next year that can vote on it. So president, vice president, all the chairs and student trustee if president. You can find a seat at the table, so it's easier to see and people know, you know, that you're part of the group that is voting in the internal officer elections.
So I'm gonna ask the current senators if you can just make some space for the new execs, or all the new execs here.
So we have Katia, which is the executive of student and sustainability. We have Mechi, environment and sustainability. We have Jin, programs, in chair, president, vice president. We have any more?
So for all the new execs, go ahead and if you can find room around the table. And I'm gonna ask the current exec for the current senate to try to make room. If not, if you can find seats, maybe you can all sit in that first row.
So I will have the individual statements by coming off by your alphabetical order. So let me just grab a laptop.
So you're sitting in the front row seats right there, or make your way around the table, okay?
So first of all, for individual statement, Allison, your 1 minute and 30 seconds start now.
Oh, screen, no, they didn't. Oh,
Okay, reset. You can go now.
Hi everyone, my name is Allison. I'm first year here at Tanza and a business administration major, and I'm very excited to apply for the events coordinator position for programs at DSG. I am very passionate about this position because I want to work and foster an inclusive environment where we can bring people together, from students to interns to guest speakers, advisors, everyone, to create a welcoming environment. And while community college is not the most traditional route, working together with other people, I aspire to create a place where we can make long-lasting memories. So some previous experiences that I've held and skills that are very valuable and make me the best candidate for this position are that I'm currently the senior mentor program at the Mentors at DASG organization here, and has taught me organization skills and leadership work in a direct environment where I'm like a leader of a programs committee, and I have the opportunity to collaborate and work with interns, and I have thought that people have been a place where we can create new ideas. And then also, I have founded and directed my enrichment organization for the past 3 years for over 40 kids. Well, I would hope that DSG is a little bit more sophisticated than kids. It has taught me that organization is extremely helpful, and it's important to be very detailed. And thank you so much for the opportunity, and I hope to create a place with long-lasting memories.
Okay. The next candidate we have is Amy. Ami. Okay, your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ami. I believe I'm a good candidate because of my unique and diverse life experiences and leadership positions. I come from a collective background, meaning that happiness and success for me is when the community around me is happy and successful. That is one of the main reasons I want to join DSG as a senator, because I know this is a group that has the power to make decisions and improve students' life. When I first came to the DASG, I realized so many students feel like they're stuck, feel like they're like waiting for their real college life to start, perhaps after they transfer. We can bring that college life and that spirit to the DASG by organizing more engaging, inclusive, and perhaps more fun events. And I have had those experiences as my previous leadership positions. In University of Toronto Engineering, I was a director of inclusivity, taking into account the cultural background of students. As one of the main event coordinator at the Persian Center at UC Berkeley, I organized events for more than 100+ students that attended Berkeley. All of that coupled with my experience at the programs committee. I was one of the interns since day one, and I helped to organize events such as the homecoming, de-stress events, and Earth Week, and programs like EcoFund. All of that has made me a student that has ideas, but also the passion and the expertise to execute them. As an event coordinator, not only I will be organizing events, but also crafting long-lasting memories for students. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Chetna. Is she? Okay. Moving on to, I'm gonna butcher your name. Dane.
It's not a Karthikeya, but it's a called
Okay, your time starts now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Karthik. I'm an international student from India. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to contest as an events coordinator. I'm deeply passionate about creating diverse and inclusive events for students that enhance their college life. My journey at DASG began as an international student, and it began with many challenges, which is difficult for many international students. Navigating a new environment is very daunting, but being part of the event organizing committee for the ISP's Diwali event have not only helped me find comfort and community, but also ignited my passion for the events planning. I've understood the intricacies of event logistics and also understood the importance of teamwork, where it is important to make the event successful. So my vision as an events coordinator is to enhance engagement and also foster campus life so that students can be proud of their time during at the answer. Also, I believe having the authority as an events coordinator will help me have a direct impact in enhancing and enriching the student life. Thank you.
Next we have Jamie. Jamie. Your time starts now.
Okay, hello everyone, my name is Jamie Wong, and the reason I chose for this position is because that I believe that I have a strong interpersonal skills which can be linked to my personal experience as a president in high school. And I am good at organizing and planning events. And most importantly, I think that I can having like quick reaction towards the events that are sudden occurrence that weren't planning beforehand. And when it comes to event organizing, I think the most important part will be sponsorship, because I believe that it will ease the burden of the finance department very largely. And yeah, and I am to increase the admission rates of the international students as well as local students. And that's all for me.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jin Kim, also known as Jin, and I'm running for event coordinator position. First of all, I want to say why I'm eligible for event coordinator position, because that's because it's joining like consistently joining programs meeting and planning for small and big events such as homecoming, carnival event, and distress event. I saw like how event coordinators like communicate with advisors, interns, and other senators. They always like communicate, like keep in touch with them, sharing the progress, give feedback, and then managing the overall events. I learned like their managing skill and then communication skill by watching their working. And also, I want to say what I want to do as a event coordinator. I think like many people are coming to DASG for transferring, and then they just like seeing DASG as one of the steps for transferring. But I hope like they have more enjoyable memories in DASG college, and then I hope like I can make that goal with being an event coordinator. Thank you for listening.
Next up, we have Lauren. Your time starts now.
Hi, everyone. My name is Lauren Hartono, and I'd like to ask you a question. So remember your first day coming to the DASG? Do you feel nervous or curious about the friendships you can make? Well, that was me, and I'm sure a lot of you guys felt the same way. So these initial feelings are exactly why I'm motivated to become an event coordinator for the DASG. My experience as a programs intern made me realize the hard work is not just a means to an end. I actually loved interacting with everyone and share ideas. And therefore, as an event coordinator, I strongly want to create an environment where everyone can come together, learn together, and make this as an opportunity for us to grow and create memories. I have an outgoing personality, so I believe that this is a valuable asset for DASG because I can constantly engage with peers, students, and reach out to them and understand their expectations and needs. I also have experience in creating a nonprofit organization, so that that made me have leadership skills, team management skills, and I'm able to innovate solutions to unpredictable situations. And with that said, I think that my and my personality would be worth it as a candidate for event coordinator. Thank you so much.
Technical difficulty, guys. Just a second. I can change. Hold on. House. Okay. Yeah, that works.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
working. Yeah,
Okay.
check.
Next up we have Tina.
No.
Sorry, you can go now. You're now.
Hi guys, my name is Tina. I'm a freshman student at DASG with a business administration major. I'm also currently looking for the programs committee here. So before I get into why I chose event coordinator specifically, I want to be honest with you. When I first got here at DASG, I honestly felt very lost. I wasn't aware of how many opportunities there were at DASG, and so I found myself kind of feeling like disconnected, although I was surrounded in a very big and wide campus. And because of this, it sparked this passion within me to immediately immerse myself in the clubs, community, and programs that are offered here. And that has been able to drive me into being able to use my skills such as teamwork, communication, my creative abilities in working in projects in order to prevent being able or prevent myself from feeling like I didn't include myself enough in the community. I found myself wanting to improve myself, and thankfully along the way, I was able to meet a lot of supportive people who helped me develop my leadership experiences even further. And because of that, I realized I want to give back to the community as much as possible. And because of this position, I found myself wanting to make the most out of it and use it as a way to give back to the community that welcomed me with open hands. And I believe that through your support, that this would all be possible.
Thank you. Next up, we have Tracy. Your 10 seconds, right?
Okay, raise your hand if you've ever made a really good memory here at the Enza. Okay, twins, me too. And that was because of an event here at the Enza. So my name is Tracy Chang. I'm a first year political science major, and I'm currently an intern for programs and mentors at the Enza. Through both these programs taught me how to become an effective leader, use my communication skills well, and help foster a welcoming environment at the Enza. I originally in high school, I was also part of student government, like you all here are right now. And through that, I learned how to become a leader through many hardships and challenges because of my teammates. But through all that, I created events that garnered around 300 people or more. And it got very good ratings, very good comments and everything. And two of my strengths are that I'm very organized and very communicative, and that is it for my introduction. Thank you for this opportunity.
After the introductions, again, please refer to your handbooks that I just sent out yesterday. It's on your email and also in Discord about the candidates' information. But moving on, we'll be going to your guys' favorite part, Q&A session. It would be 10 minutes, although you can extend it. And does anyone want to start a question? And I'll start the 10-minute. Okay, 3, 2, 1, go. Kevin.
So a lot of you guys talked about how you wanted to foster a community and make great events for students to come on campus with, and that's all great. And you can have like the perfect event planned out, but if nobody shows up, nobody comes to these events. So how do you plan on working with marketing and being communicative with the other committee in order to make these events happen and popular?
I would say, like, if there was ever a time where not people were coming out to the event, I would communicate with the marketing committee right away and be able to tell them like, hey, this is the date that we are planning on doing the event for, and this is like the space, this is the time, like, can you start working on the marketing as soon as possible so that we can get it out. And if that wasn't enough, I'd also ensure that there was like check-ins every now and then with the marketing committee, along with like any kind of welcome as it helps spread the word to other people outside of just the DSG. I also use like social media platforms like Instagram or just email in general to get the message across that, hey, this is the event I'm doing, like, just come to the event.
Can I go? Okay. For sure, marketing is definitely important. So like our carnival that we have, we actually should start off with marketing, but I think we should also reach out to clubs because a lot of it is obviously marketing for DSG is important. And I think your TikTok and Reels really strike the big hit. But I also think that by collaborating with our clubs as well, like ICC and stuff, we could also boost this kind of like image that we want. We could showcase like, oh, we're gonna have this event. So we're having more people looking at this, like knowing this, that there's this event going on. That makes sense.
Yeah, I agree that especially working at mentors, like we've collaborated with Active Minds, ICC, DSG many times before, and working with more clubs definitely gets the word out more. But one thing I would definitely add, besides everyone's answers previously, is that if people aren't coming to one of like our events that we're planning, one thing I would take a look at is like what time the events are planned, like when and like how accessible it is, because I know that it's important to plan events like when a lot of students are on campus and when they don't really have class so that we can attract more people versus like on off times.
I think it's also very important because if you make an event and nobody comes, then you just wasted all your efforts and your time, your energy, and everybody else's efforts. So that's why it's important to have build up. And I've seen that's a bit of the weakness on the social media platforms is that there's not a lot of build up to our events. Like, for example, I remember homecoming, that did garner a lot of good attention and a lot of attendance. But then when I talked to people I knew about it, like they were like, oh, we had a homecoming. So they didn't really know about it, even though they followed the account. So I think it's important to have lots of build up between like the programs and the marketing committee, because if you don't have build up, or you don't have communication, then you end up with like 0 attendance.
I think like people don't come to like people don't come to event that much. Think because like very technical to like organizing the event and students like sometimes if you feel like the event is really fascinating, like just other people see the event, they don't like really interested in it. So first I think like gather all students' opinion is really important, like always other students what's out of the DSG and then like collect their ideas. And then, yeah, if many people want some specific event, can like work on that event like.
So for me, I think that planning beforehand is very important for successful event. So I think since DASG, the community has the quite substantial followers on Instagram and any other social media. But I don't think the only marketing way is through social media. I think it's easier to just sending the flyers or anything that is more easily to be known on like a easily seen place, like at the cafeteria or outside of the cafeteria or at the class, if the lecturer allows.
I agree with the idea of building up to it. Let's say for the project that we're doing right now for EcoFund, realize that like previous quarters has not been so much traction. So what we're doing right now is to like have different steps, like sending out interest form and everything to build up to that, big application. I think that way we can have a more like participation, but also I would say free food, free marriage, students love that for incentivizing student, but also effectively using the social media platforms that we have. Also, like sometimes I feel like so many of the events, like only like one day to the event, we just students just, oh, this isn't happening. Something like homecoming, since like 2 months ago, there was like all the flyers out there. So I feel like so many students know about it. But some other events, me personally, as a student that like I'm always on Instagram and all that, I sometimes forget about them or just see them at the day. I'm like, oh, what's happening? So I feel like also maybe a proper communication between marketing and programs for sure in advance would help that based on what I've seen from previous events.
So I do agree that marketing is really a big part of planning events because just because planning events doesn't work, we need to market it properly so that students have proper information about it. So as all of my friends said before, that having flyers in cafeterias and the people where usually are really help. And also, I think having professors, sending out a word to the students will really help, because students usually attend classes, like they don't skip their classes, right? So if we coordinate with professors and ask them to send out the word about these events to the students, like if they're very informative, they can really find it helpful. Also, it's better to plan this event early, like even the marketing phase, so that we don't get behind and we don't see any audience for the events. That's what I think.
That's it.
I move to extend the time by 15 minutes.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any objections? Okay, well, it was 3.5 minutes, so let me just do 18 minutes and then we can. Okay. Ria?
Goodness, just kind of following up on the last question, and some of you touched on this a little bit as well. But how will you make sure that students' input and wants are actually being prioritized when putting on events rather than just putting on events that the senators choose to put on?
For sure, we definitely should reach out to them, and how we're gonna reach out to them effectively is we should create like anonymous forums, or we could go like surveys, or we could even give like feedback forums to actually understand what the students' interests are. Because as a senator, we represent the student body, so definitely students come first. But again, if students' interest is controversial, that's why we have our advisors. So we have to collaborate, and I think it's more on really understanding what they want, and that's through feedback forums.
I totally agree with everything that she said, that feedback forms are really important, but I know that sometimes students don't really respond to feedback forms because they might be hard to reach or they don't really feel like responding, which I know can be really hard to get responses. So one thing that I would recommend is every time that we plan an event, we should get direct feedback at the event. And that's because a lot of times, DeAnza puts on like similar events every year, like de-stress event happens every quarter, homecoming happens every year, like things like that. So since we're like on the same events, we should ask the people who are there, like maybe towards the end of events, like how they feel about like a certain thing, and we can use that feedback every year, every quarter.
I think it's also important to utilize our professors because in my classes, I would receive, they would tell us about things, but then we would have to do it ourselves and they would never be on us to put out our own feedback, especially with like the chair of finance elections. My teacher didn't really tell us about it or persuade us to go vote, even though some of us did in the end. And I think, like she said, we also use the same events a lot, like de-stress, and it's important to be there and get feedback from the audience themselves rather than wait a few like weeks later and then ask them. If we ask them there, then they'll be like, oh yeah, I didn't like this, but I really like that. And then we can incorporate that again into our next events.
I think, yeah, if many people come and many students interested in the event, that'll be good, but sometimes you also need to think about minor groups. So like senators always also care about student equity, so sometimes people are not interested. Like if it's event for a minor group, then I think we need to keep the event as our true decision.
So as you've said that instead of us deciding the events that the students want, instead we can I propose something like event innovation challenge where students can pick the ideas for the events and the winning ones will be brought back to life and they can be created using the programs. So in that way, the students will have what they want and they'll have their interest in the form of events.
I think students must know that like what the students want and the student requirements. And I think what Lauren said was very true, that we can create an anonymously forum or something like that and try to gather the opinions and some ideas from the students. Yeah, this was.
Although I do agree it's important to get feedback like during the event or after the event, I think with event coordinating, the coordinating can be because you want to make sure everyone is included. So at the very beginning, like pre-stage or like planning the event, I would already be thinking about like how can I accommodate for everyone's special needs. So I would think about like the venue place. So let's say like we want to make sure it's accessible for people who are or wheelchair, like is it accessible for them? Or if they need a sign interpreter there, or if we need like captioning there as well. I would already be thinking about these things before the event so that when we're already there, I would know, okay, everyone feels included, everyone feels welcome here. And then I can also just do face-to-face like feedback. So I'd go in and ask them individually, like, okay, how did you feel this event? Like, do you feel like everything was good for you? Like, how did you feel? And then I could even follow it up later with like a form on the event.
I think one way that we can make sure that the event that we're gonna have, students are gonna participate, is to actually like take advantage of the great interns that we have. Like I think in our meetings, you have like more than like around like 20 interns, but not so many of them participate actually. So I think one way in addition to everything else that was said, I think one thing that we're missing here is that just using the interns that we have. I think so many interns do not participate as actively as they could. So just creating a safe environment in the meetings so that interns can participate and give their opinions, because I feel like we have interns from different backgrounds, from different minority groups and everything. So just the interns themselves are for sure a really key resources for us to know that event we're gonna be planning for, is it like legit or not? Is it like good to plan for or not?
Anyone else?
So if you are elected, what kind of new events would you like to put on?
In whatever order, but I would recommend you raise your hand and then speak.
Well, I was thinking we could potentially do a busking program. I know it sounds kind of off, like what is that? But I'm telling you, I had this experience, a few days ago, I walked past campus and then there were a lot of students who were playing musical instruments and they're just alone in a corner. So I thought, hey, maybe those who are interested in like playing music, why not show their talents off to everyone on campus to make our campus livelier? So we could potentially, they could show off their talents and we as students could be like, hey, oh my God, the main quad isn't that dead. You know, like you could hear music, I guess. So yeah, that's one idea, I guess.
Okay, so I think a couple of the events that I had in mind, one of them is a more sophisticated welcoming week. Let's say for my first week when I attended University of Toronto in Canada, I at least got like around hundreds of people in Instagram. There were like so many events going on, so many social events that you could make friends. But in Dianza during the first week, I basically talked to no one. So I feel like having a more detailed like welcome week that you can attend social events and you can make friends, that's really important to like, smooth out that transitioning from high school to a college vibe. Also, some other events such as the Dianza Got Talent that I wanted to coordinate this quarter, but we couldn't. I also really like that idea. And also some other events such as like career fair that Foothill has it, but Dianza doesn't have that. So to support students in, because lots of students want transfer. So also those events, but I would say welcome events, Dianza Got Talent and career fair are the ones that I have thought about before.
So I actually made a presentation I sent it to ICEA before I couldn't be an intern in the winter quarter. And two of the events I included were the talent show. I based it off of his idea as well because I in high school went through that. And the talent show is actually a really good idea because you get different students who like were busking or like they just play outside, but then if they play to a bigger audience, then they feel more appreciated. And then that helps increase student engagement as well. And then my second idea was also like a music festival. Coachella happened recently, and it's similar to that where we'll have food trucks and then we could have open mic as well to increase student participation, which works pretty well. And yeah, those were my two ideas.
So just this idea before in programs committee, but I want to do like some kind of sports tournament thing, like basketball, soccer tournament. Like many people can join, like some people can, for sports, I think sports is like a really good method to make people in one group. So, and yeah, I joined like basketball tournament like a few weeks ago, and then I saw like many people are really enjoying that tournament, and then like they made really good friend there. So I was just like, sports tournament would be a good idea.
I had two ideas recently. One was a multicultural fair because Dianza is quite literally known for having so many international students and so many cultures here that in my community it's really big, and I thought it'd be great if we had a cultural fair where like different countries could like set up tables and even give like food and talk about their country, and we could even rope in different clubs. Like I know we have Vietnam Student Association, which I'm a part of, and we have so many different clubs that I'm sure would be happy to talk about their culture more. And then another idea that I had academically was something that came to mind when I tried to talk to counselors. I know that as deadlines come up, counselors can be booked out like weeks in advance, months in advance. It's so hard to talk to counselors, even if you have like the smallest question. So instead, we should collaborate with maybe the Transfer Center, mentors, ICC, and have like a panel every week as deadlines approach. And students can come to the panel and ask their transfer questions, if it's like a basic transfer question, and they won't have to wait a long time.
I think a combination of food and music would be a good events to organize, and also we can probably make it some kind of related to the spring. Yeah.
So for me, I would say like my event I'm thinking of is more geared towards academically because like I said, I want to let them incoming students and like possibly can. I think it does impact the way they like kind of live out the rest of their whole school year. So and I know
villages here at the end. I feel like some students don't even know what they are. I know Matt has gone here. I was very confused on like what it really was. So I would make use of each and every village and make it geared towards like the specific major that would be intended for that. So I would have like guest speaker events that are like dedicated towards each village.
Keeping in mind of Diana's diverse student body, I would say something similar to what she said, like we can do something similar to cultural showcases where different students will be coming with their different backgrounds and then doing their culture, music, food and tradition. This would also be very informative to all the attendees. It would also promote inclusivity among the students.
Oh, I also had like one more event to add. It's actually based off of this idea that, so like March Madness, like basketball is really huge. And I think a club here, they also had a tournament. I'm not sure which club it was, but they had a tournament. And I was thinking like, instead of just being like a club thing, they could make it into like a school-wide thing from DASG.
So, personally, I believe that the two most important traits of an events coordinator are one, the ability to formulate and execute plans in a detailed and thorough manner. And two, the creativity to push out new ideas that spark excitement. Which trait do you think that best describes you, and how have you demonstrated it in events planning?
Well, I think for my case, I think having the creativity is my thing because of the fact that I have a really diverse background. Well, I have so many friends that go to universities in Middle East. I have friends that go to university in Canada, like U of T, Waterloo. I have again friends that go to different multiple like UC Berkeley and other UCs. And I think they're like source of inspiration for me. Always when I talk to them, I ask them how their life is and what events they have in their colleges. So I use them as source of inspiration to come up with new ideas that we can do in De Anza. But we got to adapt those ideas to execute ideas in De Anza. So I think, and also during the programs meeting, I think since the first day, I really try to participate in the brainstorming session all the time. And one of the persons said, you know, let's just like come up with different ideas. So I think that's one of the ways that I show my creativity when it comes to ideas.
I think for me, it was the latter. It was how being detailed and everything is like the one that I resonate with the most because yes, being creative is extremely important in creating events that students will like. But I think for me, it's important to have everything detailed and organized because if you don't have a set time, like when you start cleanup, when you start setup, then the whole event just goes to waste, even no matter how creative the event is. So it's very important to be on time and like organized in that way.
I think I have like trait that make a detailed research. I did carnival research for the Discord event, and then yeah, I searched like 5-page for bouncy house and obstacle course for that because like event is not organized yet, so we don't know like which one we know. So I always like prepare the deck of plans for that. So that like always event can go well. Also, I think I have I can like listen other people's opinion well. Because like the program community don't work as like event coordinator don't work alone and then they work as a team. So I think I have skill to listen all interns' ideas and then ability to like make their idea as a real event.
I think for me, I'm quite practical in planning everything. So I think that we should be practical in organizing every event, like not too idealistically, but be more realistically. And we have to estimate the budget, the outcome, and the scale of the event too. So we have to do everything beforehand. Yeah.
I would say being able to plan is one of like the skills that you best suited for, honestly, because of the many clubs I've been involved in, where we have to think ahead of time and coordinate like what type of events are we going to do this month, such as like fundraisers or general meetings. And I think because of that, I had to
like understand the tasks that come with event planning. It's not just, oh, we pick a day, we set a time. Like we have so much things to look into, such as like the budget, like how are you gonna market the event? And how are you gonna make the event become like a reality through all of the documentation? So I would say that like a good planning with like planning and documents.
I agree that organization is an extremely important skill to have. But I would actually say that you could never be too organized. And what I mean by that is when you plan events for hundreds of students, especially at a campus at De Anza, there's a lot of things that can go wrong and do go wrong. And I know planning events, there's so many things that happen, like if you don't get the right equipment, if people don't show up, so many things go wrong. And being too organized makes you stress out about things and you can't focus on what goes wrong. And instead, adaptability is really important. And working in retail, I've had my fair share of a lot of Karens and mean customers, but it really taught me that you always just got to choose the generous option. You have to go with the flow. And if you are just really excited about the event and you focus on what you do have and what you do know, that's when the event will really thrive.
Well, I would say that I'm a very proactive person and I love to interact with others. So in that kind of sense is, I strongly believe that collaboration is important and like, Chano, your question was, are you more creative or you're more organized? Is that your question?
Yes, that's pretty much it. And
Right,
how
so-
have you demonstrated it?
How have I demonstrated it? Well, first of all, I think that through our program meetings, I have shared how I felt and definitely listened to how my program committees, we share a lot of experiences. And then I would say that because I have experience in events such as my high school play, I've done bazaars before and I'm in a nonprofit organization. So these skills, these experiences has helped me become more organized. I feel I'm the type of person is I don't like to delay things. So if you give me a job, I'm gonna do it immediately. So I don't procrastinate. So I guess you could say I'm both. Yeah.
Can I get a motion to, yeah,
I move to extend the time by 15 minutes.
is there a second?
I second.
Moved by Sia, seconded by Ria. Are there any objections? Okay, thank you. Okay, anyone, Adrian, I remember you had a question?
No,
I'm
Oh,
not.
Matthew.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can go.
So, not to say that I'm not creative, but I'm best describe myself as an organized person because I believe being an event coordinator also requires planning, executing, and planning and executing events that would enhance the campus life of an student. So also I was helping organize the club day for this spring quarter. So we were very short on time, so we had to order things and get everything ready so that we could be ready for tomorrow. So I did most of the ordering and planning for the club day, and it's ready to go tomorrow. So I can use that as experience as to say that I'm a very organized person. Not to say that I'm not creative. I am creative, but this trait exceeds that. So that's how I would describe myself.
Yeah, Matthew.
Building off some of what you've already said, how will you prioritize accessibility, diversity, and working with students and student organizations for events?
So DSG is working with a lot of many different programs and their DSG is funding the program, so you can like reach out to the advisors or people who's working on the program. And then I would like to keep in touch with them and then collaborate with them.
I think one great idea would be that DHG Programs Committee can have meeting with the public relationship or the president of different clubs in De Anza that we have, such as lots of cultural clubs or like clubs for different nationalities for minorities. If in these meetings, like let's say the people who are responsible for the public relationships or the presidents show up, we can also gather interest from them to make sure that our events are also accessible to them. So just having a representative of each minority group, let's say for like once a month or like a couple of times a quarter, just to also evaluate their interests might be a really good idea.
I think it's important to have check-ins with those type of committees to ensure that their priorities are being represented. So for example, like bi-weekly meetings or check-ins like twice a month or 3 times a month to ensure that their needs are being heard and met.
I think communication with the different departments and scenarios are needed. And I think that we should all have a good communication about what should we do and what should we not do before the event, before planning the event.
Yeah, one thing I would say is that when we plan events, we should definitely make sure that it's easily accessible. Like, I know we have the carnival coming up and there were many aspects that when I attended some of the programs meetings, I remember I heard some things like a bouncy house and things like that. And we should definitely talk when we have new ideas about how we can get more people to actually use them and like how we can make it more accessible to everybody. And similar to what my peers have said earlier, we should definitely reach out to the different cultural clubs here at DeAnza and ask them specifically why, like what are their struggles, like what are they experiencing? And from there, we can help plan events and, yeah.
I can just, I would say, I think open communication on projects is really, important, and make sure that it's like very consistent as well, so like I said, like bi-weekly meetings. On top of that, I would say, making sure that we're using our resources well, like like special needs, for example, like making sure that resources that we are putting into these events would be accessible for them, and making sure that like the feedback that we get too is we have to take it into consideration moving forward so that future events would be included for everyone.
I think that we should have an event that is not exactly too niche, but not generic, in the sense where everyone can feel included. How we're gonna do that, definitely we need to know what the students' interests are. As much as like, the thing is about DeAnza, we have a lot of international students and both local students. And to be honest, we could see that a lot of us, we tend to hang out with our own groups, like the Chinese will hang out with Chinese, Filipinos will hang out with the Filipinos. And I think what we could do about it is definitely reach out to each one of them. And if we're gonna make an event, it's definitely not only through social media, but we will need to bring this one person who's friends with a lot of them, and they will definitely come into the event. For instance, let's say if I have a lot of Indonesian friends, definitely I would want to go to it. I would definitely tell my friends, hey, let's go to this event. And all of them would come. So in a way, it's always word of mouth, social media, and
I would say that as I proposed before, we can have cultural showcases events where we can have students come from different diverse backgrounds, have show their traditions and cultures through music, food, and everything. Because when we had the Diwali event through the student program, we got a lot of students from different backgrounds as well, mostly for food. But yeah, it does work. They do get to know a lot of information about our culture, and we can do the same for the students that are from the different backgrounds.
Okay, I don't have a question yet, but I just wanted to say, to everyone who's up there, just make sure you're speaking loudly, and also if you ever forget the question, or like you're not sure, you're more than welcome to ask. Just so you can make sure that you're like giving the best answer, because I know like there's a lot of you, so by the time I get to you, you might be like, I don't even know the question, so just feel free to ask and make sure to speak, as loud as.
Okay, Leandro.
So one of the job of events coordinator is to dedicating tasks for interns. If one of your interns failed to complete that task, how would you communicate with them?
I've actually been in this scenario before. I was the president of my senior board, so I've had people who don't do their work. And for me, through that, I would bring it up after a meeting with them privately, or I will email them personally. And I would just talk to them like, hey, why haven't you done it? Is there an issue?
like what's going on and how can I help you so you can complete your work and help us as well.
I think also me personally, I'm a really accommodating person. So I would probably put in effort to realize why they couldn't be able to finish it and ask them if for the future events, how much work they're willing to take. So I think that way that we can make sure that this is not gonna perhaps happen again. But I feel like people have different, I guess, communication style. Me personally, I'm really accommodating. I would say some people are like more result oriented. Okay, you haven't done it, so we cannot do it anymore. But me personally, I wanna like kind of on a personal level be like, oh, so what's the problem? Is everything all right? And then like kind of make sure that for next events, how much of commitment they can take over. So this would not happen again. But I understand people have like essentially the students have a crazy life. So it kind of makes sense to me that why sometimes like me personally, sometimes I could not perform as best as I promised to perform.
Yeah, I agree with what was said before. If it's like a minor task that somebody was delegated and they weren't able to finish on time, I would definitely ask and make sure what was going on. But then if it was like a minor task, I would I would let them work with other interns and cut the amount of work that they would have to do first. But if it was like a more major task, I would definitely have them maybe even work with me, or I would help them so that they could shadow and see how it was supposed to be done. And then the next time, if a similar task was given, I would do check-ins and see how they're going. And then lastly, then one day they'll be able to do it on their own.
I agree with all of them. But if, for example, the intern does not we reach out to them and they still don't even do their work, then it's either we delegate it to someone else, or as an event coordinator yourself, you would also have to do what they're doing. So I guess, yeah.
Yes, also agree with everyone. If there's some problem with intern, yeah, for sure we need to check what's happening to the intern and then what's the reason why the intern is not doing test. And also I think keep communicating with for the future. I think it's important to keep communicating with the interns, the progress, like reaching out to intern like every 3 days, and then check the progress. And if they have some problem, like give feedback or help them to finish the task. And yeah.
I wouldn't be too harsh on the interns because I understand that life happens and they will do it on purpose. So I would try to find the reason and try to help them in a way so that we can get the work done. But if they try to repeat the behavior like frequently, then probably we will have to do something about them or their position as an intern.
So for me, if I was in a situation, I would honestly just pull the interest aside like privately when I want to be like, hey, there's something going on, like if it's something that has to do with like task management, like nothing that I have time to deal with, then that's one issue. But then if it was something like personal, their like home life, for example, then I would be more accommodating and like understanding if that was the case. I know there's also other reasons that could be been a factor, like maybe the project that I assigned them to wasn't like their biggest interest, like maybe they wanted to do a different event or not be part of the project. So I would also ask them like, do you enjoy this? Like, is this something that you don't want to do? If not, like, let me know and I can fix it for you.
Yeah, I kind of agree with him, and that I think we should take a more personal approach to the yeah, we shouldn't be too harsh on the intern because we have to understand that life happens sometimes. And I think we should get to familiarize with each other before something happens. Yeah, and we should have our own group chat and everything. Yeah.
One thing I would add is that if it's like the deadline and the intern comes in and is like, oh, I forgot to do everything, that just shows like a bit that there was like also lack of communication. I feel like preventing that to happen is also important. So maybe like having check-ins in the week prior to that. So the event coordinator can check in with the interns like the days before and the weeks before, so that just get an update of like if the project is going on or what. That's really important. So like we can prevent this situation from happening early on. Because then the day that the event is happening, there is not much really we can do. We just gotta be like, okay, just go with it. But I feel like for sure in the weeks before, for like bigger events, just constantly checking in with the interns to ask for updates on their project is really important to prevent this like a disaster probably to happen at some point.
Yeah, wait. Okay. Just something, one response per question, and then, if you want to ask a question, probably want to extend time. So if you guys want to extend time, or you want to end? Yeah,
I moved to from the time by 15 minutes.
I'm just telling you. We had 40 minutes already, so if we're extending time, it's gonna be an hour, but if you wanna do it, you can do it.
Just for one question.
How long do you wanna extend?
She had to step out.
Huh?
Like, she wanted to ask a question, she kept raising her, hand. She had to step out, but.
Okay. How long do you wanna to extend it by?
I'm like, but I don't know.
You can do 15 minutes. Can I get a motion if you wanna extend time or not? If there's no, okay,
Yeah, I moved to extend by 15 minutes.
is there a second? Okay. Are there any objections? Aaron?
So now I have to vote my role. Exactly. Yeah. Okay, what if I am I feel like I feel like
Wait. We're voting.
Oh, wait, hold on. Should we get chairs for the candidates? They've been standing for close to an hour now. Just
You
saying.
guys wanna get some drinks over there?
Oh, no, chairs.
A chair? Chairs, yeah, well, they'll figure it out. Anyways, you can, we're voting, so.
Okay, Lydia. Is that,
Who's not here?
okay. Hannah.
Not here.
Kate.
yes.
Ariana.
Yes.
Okay, good.
No, she said no.
No, no.
Okay, Ian.
Yeah, it's for which one?
To extend, yes, to extend, no to not extend. Yeah.
Ted.
No.
Megan. Benjamin.
Not here.
Leandre.
Yes.
Christopher Blue.
No.
Aaron.
No.
Ria.
Yes.
Adrian.
Yes.
Jenna.
Yes.
Jason.
No.
Nicholas.
No.
Kate.
No.
Matthew.
Yes.
Matsuko.
No.
Eddie.
No.
Anish.
No.
Javin.
No.
Chen Ho.
Yes.
Luca.
No.
Alra.
No.
Katya.
No.
Veronica.
No.
Yeah. Phoebe.
Yes.
Mitty.
No.
Jin. No. Iris.
Not here.
Okay. And Abhishek.
Someone.
Yeah.
I'm assuming motion didn't pass.
Okay, well.
Oh, I cannot do it. I'm assuming that motion didn't pass. If motion doesn't pass, you guys have 2 minutes and 18 seconds left to Q&A or whatever. Probably not.
One later. Okay.
So motion fell. There's 2 minutes and 18 seconds left to continue Q&A. Asia,
Okay, I have a question.
But then,
what?
then.
Dennis?
Are there any audience members who don't need to stay?
Okay, continue.
I can answer.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a hypothetical scenario for you all. So say you are planning an event, you spend a lot of time planning the event, everything has gone smooth so far, you know, marketing is great, everything is great. The day before the event, the vendor calls and cancels. What do you do? What's your process? And just how would you go about handling the situation? Because you keep, and there's gonna be an estimated, like a lot of people are coming, so you can't just cancel.
I'll say we can just find another vendor, like there'd be a lot of other vendors, contact to the advisors, contact advisor, get some other information of the vendors. And then, yeah, probably contact to other vendors and try to like reserve the vendor for the next day.
Well, I would say first thing is to communicate that with the other members of the programs or like the other event coordinator and also ask their opinion. But perhaps replacing that vendor might be the way to do it, but in one day probably it's not possible. So coming up with a different activity for that specific location, maybe like a different entertaining activity or like some other previous vendors that have been responding like really quickly in the past, we can reach out to them. If not, we can just have an empty spot for that.
I just want to clarify, it's the day before, right?
Yeah.
So if they cancel the day before, then you still have some hours to find another vendor right away. But you have to get started on that quick. But let's say if you don't find a vendor, then you have to come up with a solution on your own. For example, I went through this. A vendor actually canceled on us the day of, they didn't come. Even though they said they would. So we ended up buying pizza for like the whole student body, and then we just did that.
I would go one step further. If it's the day before and you still can't find a vendor, then I would message all the members of programs and see who can come in and help. And I would take a look at what supplies we have from the year before, any leftover stuff, and try and make an event from that compared to trying to like mass message vendors, because most of the time it might not happen.
Definitely gonna do that, find alternatives. If you can't find an alternative vendor and it's gonna be about activities, we could do icebreaker games. That is easy to create like through Google Docs, through like the bingo sheets and stuff like that. But, yeah.
Okay. This Q&A ended, so unless anyone wants to make a motion on extending,
I don't want to extend, can they all quickly just say their names again before we move on?
sure.
Hi, I'm Allison.
I am Amin Mobedi.
I'm Tracy Chang. I'm Lauren Hartono.
I'm Jeremy Wong.
I'm Jin Gimin.
I'm traffic.
I wanted to ask, did anyone like want to answer that didn't get to? Because I think there was 3.
So
Okay, so can we extend it by like 1 minute?
is there a second? Any objections? Okay. 8 minutes. Okay, 1 minute, sir.
I would say it really depends on the situation because it's not like we can't find any other vendors because I'm sure programs will have contacts of the other vendors as well. So we'll go for the second best vendor that we were going to have. So that's what I would do, or else we would try to replace the activity with something else.
So for me, if that happened, I would honestly first talk to the other committees because I know it was like a group effort. And I would want to communicate with them and ask them like, what do you think is the best course of action? Because I know they also contributed a lot of their own efforts. And if they were to say, like, let's just find another vendor, I think I'd talk to the other event coordinator and also ask them their opinion on it as well. And if there is enough time, I would try to find another vendor as quickly as possible and move the location over to their side.
I think for me, I would try to send Francesco. So yeah, I think I would try to replace the vendors or try to come up with free activities for the students. Yep.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Round of applause, please. So, now, you guys can go back. We're gonna start. private discussion. So if the candidates can step out of the room. Excuse me? No. So I'm gonna start the timer for 10 minutes for budget, for deliberation. Anyone can go now.
They're not allowed yet. Yeah.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Anyone?
Are we allowed to talk about personal experiences? With people?
Preferably not.
Okay,
but-
by personal, I mean like related to the school. I think about for them, right?
Can vouch.
Okay, well, I was just gonna say, Jaden, although like, you know, he's an international student and maybe his English isn't quite there as far like public speaking skills, that type of thing. He's very committed and like his follow through is like spectacular. So I just say like, although like his answers maybe he wasn't as quick or anything like that, I think he's very committed to whatever like things he does say he will do. And I think follow through is very important for.
Yeah, also following up, so correct me if I'm wrong, but like Jean is the only intern that has fully oversaw or coordinated an event. He coordinated the third day of the events this last week, which was like a sport thing, and I was there for the first hour or two, but I was like, you know what, he got this, so I just went and chilled. So yeah, I feel like he, out of all the candidates, he would be the one with the most experience, on-time experience with getting stuff done.
Jenna?
Alex, some of the persons involved in ventures at the end, I was wondering like Mia or anyone who's involved with that, like, what is your like feedback? Because I'd like to answer those.
Yeah, so with all of the candidates, I've actually worked with almost all of them for like different things, mentors, women in business, so have experience with all of them, so I kind of just don't want to put like too much bias because they're all really great candidates. And I've worked with almost all of them in like different aspects. And I think any of them would be such a great candidate for this position. As far as like the interviews or just how I've seen them work, Allison actually I recently just appointed her as a senior mentor. So I haven't worked with her for too long, just a couple of weeks now, but she has been really great at the position just for mentors because she is my partner for that. And like she helped me oversee the interns and everything. As far as just in DSG, she didn't become an intern till like really recently, so I haven't worked with her yet. But for the other candidates as well, like Chunha was mentioning, Jin has been very active, like all throughout the year, I would say. He's helping out almost all of the events, even when interns don't show up, such as like the pregame. There weren't really any interns that actually showed up because it was 9 a.m., but Jin was there and he's been helping with the carnival. And he's just always at the events asking me how he can help. But even for the other candidates, I would say Lauren has also, she just became an intern pretty recently. And I've worked with her just for the past few weeks, but even in those few weeks, she has been very active. She's always asking like what she can help with. And when I give her an assignment, she does it very fast. Like I just gave her an assignment for the carnival and I was really shocked that she finished all her slides already with Jin on that. And then for the other candidates like Allison, Amin, Tracy, Tina, same thing. They've all been our interns and they've all been kind of working really well. So I think it's based on like the interview questions, how we can differentiate them because I've worked with all of them. They're all really great. So.
David first.
So personally, I felt for Amin. I worked with him really closely throughout the year. He's one of like my interns. And he always like consistently gets his work done and does it well. He's very thoughtful about what kinds of things he wants and actually his follow through is very good. He's just creative, charismatic, and I think he would be a really good fit for the role. Also based on like her interview, we haven't worked with Lauren personally, but she really stood out to me. So yeah, that's what I think.
No.
So I also feel like Amin is a very interesting candidate. He gives really interesting response and he has a lot of fun ideas. But for lack of a better word, he seems a little bit stubborn and he doesn't seem to take others' opinion very well. He thinks that how to put this in a good way. Let's take talent show for example. There's multiple instances saying that it might not be our best cost option. With not many people, we did a poll and not many people were very enthusiastic about it. But he was quite adamant, and I'm not sure that would be a good trend.
I see him.
So I actually wanted to respond to that. I just wanted to start by saying actually that all the candidates are good, which is why I'm sorry we had to keep extending the Q&A because like there's a lot of them and they've all participated in programs in different ways. And they've all like, there's not anyone who's not contributed to something except one of them who I haven't seen before, but I don't think that means that they can't work or anything like that. And to me, the strongest candidates based on their interviews were Allison, Lauren, Tracy, and Amin. But Jin, Tina, Karthik, and Jamie are all also, good options as well. But I wanted to respond to what Shanho just said because I don't think that that's a fair point to bring up, mainly because I wouldn't call it like stubborn. I would call it like maybe he's like passionate about the idea, so he wants to execute it. So I feel like I would say that as more passionate. And also, I did just want to point out that when we asked about what kind of event the candidates would want to put on, pretty much all of them said something more or less equivalent to a talent show. So I don't think it's fair when like all of them said talent show to be like, oh, Amin wanted to do the talent show, so he was stubborn about the idea, when they all also said something similar to a talent show. So that's just what I mean.
Jenna and then Chris.
Personally, I felt like Allison had like a more well-rounded interview, and also when we asked, honestly, I asked the last question about like adaptability and like someone canceling, she had the most realistic response, at least from what I've seen maybe, like she said like kind of using the materials we already have from like previous events and putting something together that is like realistic in a time one day. The other candidates mainly spoke about getting other vendors or like mass contacting, which is, I guess, less realistic to me. And I feel like overall she was pretty strong.
Chris.
Yeah, so just between me and Javin as the only like current marketing senators here, we really enjoyed Allison and we really enjoyed Lauren. Their responses, especially to Javin's questions, stood out to us the most, especially when it comes to organization as well too. Because we found that with programs committee, organization is going to be the number one, it's going to be the best interest. So that way, not only are they organizing their plan and they're figuring out their events, but also marketing gets to know about it early enough for social media officer to create something and for PR officer to promote the event. Just wanted to say that.
So, okay. Oh, I see you.
Oh yeah, so I'll also just quickly respond to Jenna and to Chris as well. So to Jenna, I did just want to say Allison actually did mention mass communication. So she would also mention that. And also a lot of the interns that went before her, they also reached out. I'm sorry, they also said something about doing it, like replacing it with an activity. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. And then for marketing, I definitely agree that Lauren had a good answer for the marketing because she like immediately said like we need to start off with marketing and like reach out to different like organizations like clubs, for example, to like help boost the attendance. But I don't think I liked Allison's answer as much for that specific question, but I did like Tracy's answer about having like build up to an event, because I have noticed that like even if we put out the marketing, like we can post something and then I feel like we kind of call it a day. But if we are building up to an event, that means like we're frequently doing something to promote that event, which I thought was a good answer because I think that is definitely gonna help us with attendance.
I also want to speak in favor of like some of Tracy's answers. I also really like her idea. Like a lot of people brought up like the music festival idea. and a talent show, but I felt like she also added on like some of the open mic and then also something with like music and a talent show. Like, I felt like she had some creative ideas that we added on to what other people said. And also she mentioned like that she has dealt with problems like the vendor canceling or like last minute stuff like that before, and I feel like she seemed pretty like confident in it, or like she knows how to handle it kind of things. So I just like her response overall.
I think that, personally, I think that we need more discussion, so, can someone motion for that? Matthew,
I'm going to extend discussion by 10 minutes.
is there a second? Chanel,
I second.
Any objections? No objections, okay, 10 minutes.
I want to add something about Jin. I think one of you guys mentioned earlier about how you're involved in the program, relatively a decent amount. I've also worked with an I think it was like this de-stress week like last quarter, and from that experience, like there were a lot of people who actually came out to that for one portion of the time, and he was very welcoming in that regard. And I think that that's something the event coordinator needs to have, not only being able to plan everything out properly, but at the event, making it so that everybody feels welcome and conduct the event properly. And so definitely, I do think that he didn't like get a whole bunch of his points across super well in the interview, the Q&A, but I do think that we should also consider him, given the fact that he's so comforting and like welcoming to everybody on campus.
Yeah, also adding on to that, I feel like, okay, maybe me working with Leandre, but I feel like the better model for two events call is to one, just for one to be like more practical, have like more hands-on experience, and one with like more assertive ideas. So I feel like that dynamic really works well. So I actually really advocate for Jane. I was really impressed by how, okay, he doesn't talk really well, but yeah, I was impressed by how he managed to express the event. And yeah, watching him post the event, I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna go chill in the lounge.
No, yeah.
Yeah, just adding on what both of them just said, like I know the answers probably weren't greatest, but Jin has a lot of experience within the programs with me, like I mentioned earlier. And like Chanho just mentioned, we assigned him one of the groups for de-stress. So I gave him free range to do everything and just to check in with me every once in a while. And he planned the entire logistics by himself. He reached out to like Frisbee Club, Dodgeball Club, communicating with them. He planned out the venue, time, what supplies, and then he would just check in with me. And it was almost like I didn't really have to do much on my part because he already had it all like planned out for me. And so in that sense, like he already does have like the ability to put on these events and the skills needed because he's done it before and he's been like working with us really closely for every single event that we've been putting on. So just something I want to add on what you want.
I have a question for programs. How long has he been Jim been an intern?
Since the fall, he's been helping since homecoming. We have like yeah, I mean, I guess on that. We also, so Tracy, Amin, and Jin have been interns since fall quarter. Lauren, Allison, Tina, Karthik are new interns, and then Jamie is not an intern. But yeah, so I guess since just talking about that, I can quickly just like speak on a little bit of like my observations with like the people who are interns at least, who I thought specifically gave strong answers during their interview. So yeah, so with Tracy and Jin, I would say they're both very organized people. Like they were just mentioning, like he planned one of the de-stress days, and the document that he planned the event was so thorough. I was very impressed with it, actually, and it was just for like a de-stress day, but it was extremely thorough. Like he talked about like the potential cost of like pretty much everything, location, everything, right? So he really invested time into doing that research, and I think he's also done the same for the carnival as well. Tracy is also similarly, I remember back, I think last quarter or fall quarter, I can't remember if it was her intern project or something, but she had to basically present a few ideas of potential events, and it was the same thing. Like it was very organized, it was very detailed.
there was like potential venues, locations, and I think there was about 3 events, so she obviously like considered it for multiple things. Amin has been very active in the committee, like since fall quarter, like since literally day one. I remember he was always contributing, he always had an idea, he always had like something he was trying to bring, and which I appreciated because usually like in the beginning, it's very like quiet and dead while like the interns are getting adjusted. So I think it's something to note that he's been an active participant and like he's really tried to be involved. Also he's working with Adrian right now, which is like ES stuff, but for the Eco Fund application, he worked with another intern on like simplifying it. And I would personally say that the way he presented it was very thorough as well. So pretty much Tracy, Amin, and Jin are all very detail oriented from what I've seen, and they're very thorough in whatever you give them. So I would say that's like one reason and very important to events coordinator, why they stood out to me. Sorry, I'm talking a lot. And then Lauren and Allison, I would say they're new interns, but I think they've definitely been like active and like, what can I do to help out? Like just looking for ways that they can contribute. And I think their answers were very strong, especially Lauren's, but both of them had like good answers, and yeah, they seemed like very thoughtful.
So, okay, before we continue, so I hear 5 names, basically. Tracy, Jin, Amin, Lauren, and Allison is what I'm hearing. Okay, good. Adrian?
Yeah, I would just like to back up with what I said about Amin's work with the Eco Fund application. It was very detail oriented, very thoughtful, and very logical about every change that he thought that he would make. And he always had a reason behind what he was doing. He wouldn't just like change it and then not say why. He always had something to back up what he was saying. So I just think he's very smart and very calculated. Like he might, once he decides to support something, support it hard, but I don't think it's a bad idea or a bad thing to have passion, like to really care about things that you think are successful. Because if you were just easily swayed when you like thought something would be good, then what's the point of being a student leader if you can't back up your ideas? So yeah, that's what I have to say.
Comments?
I have a question. Can anyone speak on the communication of the individuals, like between the other people? Because I know there's 2 positions, like we're filling 2 positions for this.
Yeah.
And so like you want a lot of like cohesion within DASG, right? So rather than think about each person individually, it's probably better to also think about like the balancing, kind of as how Jinho said, about creativity versus detail orientedness, that type of thing. So like, you know, having a really communicative personality, that type of thing would be really helpful for finding this care.
So you're suggesting having one event coordinator that is more detail oriented?
I mean, true. I mean, if they're both balanced in some way, or like they both bring something equally, I think more of a balance, and having like those 2 people have like trust or some sort of connection, since like that'll just be a lot better.
Jen?
I feel like the consensus seems to be from the Q&A that Lauren, Tracy, and Allison have very great answers and presented themselves in a very nice manner, and that Amin and Jin are both very detail-oriented people who can get stuff done in a timely and organized manner. So if you look at it from that perspective, I believe that it's good to have one person like a balanced, cohesive pair. And in that sense, I think that having one of each would be good, especially looking back at Tino's question earlier about creativity and detailness or whatnot. So I think that that's how we should be looking at it.
Well, do you guys want to talk more about details and like maybe?
We don't have notes on it from what their responses were.
I have notes. Yeah, but
You can send it to me and I can display it.
oh.
I think just for the 5, right? Or everyone. Okay.
It's not like legible to read it.
Anyone comments? I mean, if yeah, Chanel?
I'm so sorry, but adding on to your comment, so right now, Jean and Lauren, they're both working Jin and Lauren, we are both working together with our senators with the carnival planning events, with our committee, and yeah, they seem to. So Lauren has been very like sharp with questions, and Jin has been very solid with his planning and stuff. So I think yeah, they're working together.
Ian?
I think I wanted to just say from what we kind of heard, I think Jen and Lauren, just in terms of communication, because anytime I've given stuff to Jen to do, before, during, and after the event, she kind of communicates to me, and I think that's pretty important, just overall, because one of our questions was, oh, what would you do with like your intern break? But I think hearing the responses, because Lauren worked on things really quickly, and because James kind of just followed through with everything, that we could just like let go of control. I don't think we need to worry about the breaking and the communication issues between Lauren and James, at least from my perspective.
Okay, do you guys want to continue, Jenna?
Oh, I had a good comment about it. Can I make it?
If you guys want to extend time to do that, or you guys just want to go voting?
You can just start on the time first before we go.
We're 5 minutes.
Sunho?
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Is there a motion? Sunho?
I move to extend time by 5 minutes.
Chris?
I second.
Any objections? No objections? Motion passed. So 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes starts now. Jenna?
Well, I just want to say, like, I know like Jen and Lauren, they might have worked together already, but the other candidates also showed strong communication. I don't know if we should just like go with the pair that has already been last year. Like, I think we should still consider other candidates. And personally, I thought like Jen and Tracy, they kind of covered a lot of different areas combined, like in my opinion. Because Tracy was like, her answers were really, like, really well rounded. And when I actually like look at what they each said, like what they actually said, I felt like her answers were actually a little stronger in my opinion than most of the others. And then Jin just has like a lot to back up the fact that he's like really interested and passionate and also like puts in a lot of effort. So I felt like that combination felt strong.
So I think that it seems like we come to a consensus on Jin, like all I've heard is Jin for the past two people, so, but the other candidate was talking about like the more active, I guess, communicative person. I think that for us, at least for marketing, Lauren had a very great answer. I think that other people, I do admit that my question wasn't phrased the best, so I think a lot of them took it like, if they answered as if they were the marketing committee, which was not the question, but what they would do in order to provide better communication to the marketing committee to do certain things. And I think that Lauren had the greatest answer for that. And then obviously, that you mentioned that they worked well together. Just seems beautiful.
I wanted to ask specifically what Lauren said about marketing that like caught like the attention, because I know that I brought up earlier.
For sure. Her ideas on like extending it to clubs and the organization of her speaking to us about that and then expanding that onto the different clubs and programs on campus is one of the biggest things, because social media can only do so much, as many of them mentioned. This is not something that all of them mentioned, but Lauren specifically talking about the clubs and programs, then she did go in the former half of the presenter. I do believe that anybody who reiterated her words after would kind of just follow in suit and so.
I could be wrong, so correct me, but I think Lauren and Allison were the only ones who that mentioned about collaborating with other programs on campus. I think that's probably a new idea that DASG could do, because we can present events that we want to have, but it's also another thing if we want to invite other programs on campus and invite them to be part of it, possibly help with, maybe if we're having issues with budget, if we're just not having enough hands. I know we're doing that with Carnival, for example, with ASFC. So I do like that they mentioned that any DASG event doesn't just have to be DASG. It can be DASG and mentors, DASG and ICC, Office of Outreach, international students. So I like that too.
I just like to respond that, like, while there have been a lot of good things said about Jin, like, and they're very good, there have also been good things said about me. Like, it's not just been Jin, it's been Jin and the other candidates.
Aura and then Jen.
Okay, so we're saying that you cannot communicate very well because it's not his like first language, and that's understandable. But why are we making Jin and Emin in the same group? Because as I heard, Emin talks really well. Like he has solid answers and then he has solid opinions. I'd like to respond to that.
Jenna first.
So just to complete what, we're not lumping them in the same, we're saying like, they both have similar organizational qualities. And it's not that Jen can't communicate, it's just like specifically public speaking or like, you know, in that sense, but as far as like having communication or like follow through on events, like that is not an issue. But I do want to say that like, looking at Trevor's notes, Amin actually said that he would label himself more as creative rather than organized. And so if we are trying to find that balanced pair, Jim did say he's organized, so like, I don't think any other candidate, according to the notes, at least said that they were creative, so.
Yeah, Jenna and then Ria.
Just really quick, I think for Amin, I definitely agree with him that he's very like creative. And I think Adrian also like reiterated this, but he definitely has really good feedback from what I've seen and like critique or feedback, like constructive feedback on events. So he's really strong in like the brainstorming and like idea part, and his idea for like having a stronger welcome week, I felt like it was really strong.
Yeah.
One thing I just wanted to like mention to what everyone's been saying, because everyone's been saying Jin can't communicate. I don't think that that's like the case. He's been communicating really well with other organizations and like other individuals. I think it's just like the public speaking aspect, but he is like really good at communicating with like other organizations, like reaching out to them or like for marketing or anything. So I just wanted to like note that for everyone.
Let's see your final.
Yeah, I want to say that I don't think there's a consensus on Jin. I just think that he was just talked about a lot because for me personally, that is not my consensus. And I feel like, given I'm the chair right now, like I would have like, I mean, obviously it's like there's a lot of people, but I think, I just want to say that. And also I definitely agree with what it said that Amin is the only one who brought up the creativity aspect. And we did say earlier, like we said that that's what we're going to look for. And we came to that consensus. So I think if we're basing off of that, it would be like, I mean, I just wanted to echo what she said. And then also, yeah.
Okay, unless anyone wants to extend time, we're gonna vote.
Oh my God.
Matthew?
So like, I'll see.
Sure, you know, just finish it.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, guys, sorry. Okay, last thing I want to say. So right now it seems like it's between Jin, Amin, Tracy, and Lauren from what I've heard and from who's been like talking with the most. And so I think everyone also, also something earlier too was like, we talked about interpersonal communication pretty much. And every one of the people I just mentioned does have interpersonal communication skills. So just because Jin was talked about, that doesn't mean that Amin doesn't have it or Tracy doesn't have it or Lauren, because in my experiences with them three, they have communicated like no one's like left me on like delivered, for example, for like days. Like everyone has replied very promptly and they've been like communicating with whoever they're working with. For example, Amin with Joseph, he was working on the EcoFund application. They communicated very well, and when they presented it, it was clear that they had worked together and they were like bouncing off of each other's ideas. Same with Jin as well, as we mentioned. So that's just what I wanted to say.
Okay. Unless anyone want to extend time, we're voting. Final call. Yeah, end discussion. But how much?
I moved to end discussion.
Oh. Great. Okay, so here is the QR code. You can scan this QR code over here. All the senators and the internal election people, executive type people, and don't scan, don't get here. And once you're finished voting, please raise your hand. Yeah. And you guys are able to choose 2 box. Yeah, and all the lists are in below. You can even abstain twice if you want. So please, once you're done voting, raise your hand.
I know.
Progress. See ya. If you don't watch 30 seconds, I'm calling.
I would. I don't know.
Jenna, have you voted?
Yeah, I don't think we're here.
Okay, thank you. You guys can raise down your hand, and can someone get the candidates back in? Thank you.
Wait, do we have like a final majority?
Recounting.
Yeah, are we now?
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
Isaac, you want them all?
Sure, you guys can stand over here if you want.
Can we have all the candidates up at the front, please? Thank you. You guys don't have to stand in front of.
Yeah, you guys.
Projector.
Yeah.
Stand in this whole line.
Line is.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Thank you so
Okay, so I'm gonna announce the total number of votes for each candidate. So for Allison, it was 1 vote. For Amin, it was 11. For Chetna, sorry if I said your name wrong, 0. For Donna, sorry, I said it wrong, 1. For Jamie, 0. For Tina, that's 1. For Tracy, it's 4. And then for Jim, it was 25, and Lauren was 16. So the new.
Maybe I'm like.
That's so funny.
Congrats to all of you. Y'all did a great job.
Great, but definitely two positions. I would love to have you guys decide.
Yeah, I also just wanted to say, like, as you could probably tell by how much we extended, like, everything, it was a really hard decision to come to, and you're all amazing, so don't feel bad if you didn't get it. It was a very difficult decision, so thank you all for the interview.
we're gonna break and have dinner. So we have a little bit of everything. I know, so don't go yet because I have some instructions. Okay, there's a lot of people in here. So listen up. So those that are vegetarians, vegans, or GF, meaning gluten-free, we have one cauliflower crust. So if you aren't GF, please don't take it. Let's wait till everybody goes through and then you can come back and try it. 2 pieces of pizza right now for everybody, and then we got some wings back there, 2 pieces until everybody goes through. We also have some potato wedges for those that are vegan or vegetarian. So we're gonna ask that the vegan, vegetarians, gluten-free folks go first, and then we'll have everybody else go, okay? I'm gonna ask that our current and newly elected senators go first, and then we'll let the audience members go behind them, okay? And then they forgot some of our pizzas and some dessert, so I have to go back and get it. There's also drinks over there. Please just take one. This is a much larger crowd than we had anticipated, but we'll make sure everybody gets fed, okay? So let's take
We're here tonight. Yeah, you did great. They better be ready. They better be ready. How about it? Well, my yeah.
And did I take one of them?
Yeah, double G, other G's. Hey, why you looking back? What? Why you looking back? Why you looking back? What? I mean, you're done.
Staring so hard.
Yeah. I
for the flea market and the Hutch market. Also, I'm trying to get more students into doing clubs, dancers and artists for the flea market. And then I feel like it would make it more of a social engagement or student engagement. And then for this matter, I feel like we could contact the ICC for more confirmation and to spread this awareness. Yeah, so my time, thank you very much.
Next we have, Rami. Okay, your time.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rami. I was born and raised in Cupertino, and the Ganza Flea Market was a huge part of the culture when I was growing up. I still remember waking up on a Saturday morning and getting ready to walk the parking lots of Dianza for hours. As I got older, I started to appreciate it more, and especially when I became a Dianza student. It promotes small businesses. It provides affordable ways to shop, especially for students like us, because we don't have a very stable income. And most importantly, it helps fund the Dianza services, or a lot of the Dianza programs. The flea market is something that's very special to me. And as the flea market liaison, I want to ensure that every student has the same care for it that I do. I will be committed to the flea market and dedicate. I'll be a committed flea market liaison dedicated to continuing the traditions of previous flea market liaisons. I don't want to reinvent the wheel, right? A lot of it has already been done. And I think part of the reasons why I'm qualified is because right now I'm working with FAPAC, and that is the, if you don't know, that's the political organization that works for the faculty union. But basically they do a lot of organization work. And so I have gotten a good chance to communicate with others and to organize through that. And I think as flea market liaison, I'll say one quick thing. As flea market liaison, I want to diversify the stuff that's being sold at on-campus flea markets at the, what's it called? Well, thank you for listening.
Moving on. So now moving on to Q&A, 10 minutes. Time starts now. Any questions? Ian?
Right, so imagine I'm someone who does not know like what the flea market is about. Each of you give me like a quick 30-second pitch of what the flea market is about. Like an elevator pitch, please. Yeah. Anyone wants to start?
I can go. The flea market is a great way to buy anything you can think of, from clothes to erasers to hats, cowboy hats. You can get anything you want. It's a great way to spend time with people, great way to get food, great way to enjoy yourself on the Dianza campus. And more than that, it's a great pinnacle of our community, of Dianza itself, and a great way to help the Dianza programs, right?
Obviously, everyone knows that the end of the market is a place for people to gather, people to share and interact, but more so, it's a place to support the community, to support small businesses, and to purchase from people who find their livelihood in selling the products that they are passionate about. It's a place where you can find your niche and develop your own interests through the products that are sold at the flea market, and hopefully gain lifelong experiences to share with others.
So for me, I would say the flea market is a place where everybody can gather. It's like a very fun place to explore, whether there are little things that you want to buy or like big things like plant that is actually very popular at the flea market. I see like every single market, there are vendors selling their big pots of flowers, and I think that was like really surprising to me. Also, there's just like a lot of random things that you could never think of, like in buying, but you would actually go pick them up in the flea market. I would say it's a place to explore. And if you're not sure about anything, there's always the info booth at the flea market where you can ask Ian or anybody here that works for the flea market.
Any questions? Back here.
What
prior experience do you have that relates to the position of flea market liaison, and how will that always perform in the position?
I can start. I was a flea market intern, from fall quarter and then to the winter quarter as well. And from doing the spring quarter, I volunteered at many new flea markets. I was doing independent tasks within those many flea markets, such as, building vendor response, and this general upkeep of, for the vendors to make sure they had a good experience, good experience selling at the flea market. And then I also was involved with the reconstruction of the website to try and help older vendors who may not be so tech savvy get their product on the flea market and hopefully contribute in the same way that all of our current vendors do.
Yeah, so for me, I've been working for the flea market since last year. I've been constantly engaging with these vendors. So I would say I have a pretty strong connections with some of the vendors. Also, I am currently working in the Office of College Life, which I have learned how to deal with the checks. It's just that I haven't done my fingerprints yet, so I can't actually do them. So for these, I am currently constantly engaged with these flea market activities, and I would say that in the future, it will be, it's just gonna be more. Oh, and also, I'm still doing the Instagram promoting with Victor, as I previously mentioned, and I will also be looking after the flea market Instagram.
For me, I've been a consumer of the flea market my whole life. As I said, I grew up in Cupertino and have been attending for a long time. In those years, I've been able to kind of understand the processes of the flea market, but also I think a big role of the flea market liaison is marketing. And as far as marketing goes, I've marketed for two clubs, the Data Science Club and the Game Design Club, which I'm currently the president of. And in both cases, I think I've learned a lot through my experiences on how to market, and I can apply them in this role.
So if you get elected, okay, kind of hard to do because the is so good, but what changes will you bring as the new flea market liaison? Okay, I can start. One process that I noticed a bit flawed is the way we choose vendors. I remember the first time we did a flea market meeting or a meeting amongst the vendors and the interns. We would simply choose vendors based on our general intuition and kind of where we think students interest lie, and also the price points, right? And I think using our own knowledge and our own general experience from watching the flea market happen is great, but I think if we apply some sort of metric or some tangible quantitative data towards choosing the vendors for future flea markets, I think that would be a big step in the right direction. And the way we could essentially do this is just by having a senator or an intern designated out of flea market, tracking where the traction is going, right? Who is receiving more customers relative to the price, whether the price is linked to how many customers are receiving the food. And then from there, we can have some sort of substance along with our own general intuition of how the students value specific products to make better decisions about how we select vendors.
I think I'm going to agree with Anish there. I think a huge part of it is, again, the student feedback or the community feedback, right? People aren't going to go to flea markets if there's nothing that they want there. So you kind of have to, either in the way he said, as an intern, sit there and watch where people are going. I think also trying to diversify it so it's not the same thing every week. I think something I've noticed is as much as I want rings, I don't want to buy a ring every single week, right? And so if we want to switch that up, we can get a new new vendor every week, or new vendors to try and gauge new interest to see if there's something else that people can.
Yeah, just to, for Rami's point, so the flea market is actually once per month, so it's not weekly, but I get his point. I think that is a really good point because, as I mentioned before, I'm going to try to, bring clubs, dancers and artists to the club, to the flea market to enhance the student engagement, because I feel like the current flea market is a bit for the older generation. I would say there's not enough students and the younger generation participating in the current flea market. I feel like a lot of the products sold as well is not really up to date. So the Hashi market is a very great example of why the flea market is going into the right direction, because it's for a younger generation. It's for a new pool of people. So I feel like that is the direction that we should go into. We should bring in not just the older generation and probably a lot more De Anza students if that's possible. Then yeah, I would say creating new themes for the flea market in for marketing purposes as well. And I think that's the main way that we're going.
Can I add something to the question?
I don't think that's fair. Any more, Adrian?
So if you have been an intern at DSG, how do you think your time at DSG has prepared you for this? And if you haven't been an intern, how do you intend to succeed in the role of a senator?
I mean, I will go first. I haven't been an intern, but I think something I pride myself on is I'm quick to learn. And I think working with the ASG, I hope to eventually, be working with you guys and up to speed. And I think I definitely am. I'm not going to sit here and say that they don't have the experience I have, working in it and working as an intern. But I think a huge part of it is willingness to learn and yeah, like how receptive you are to your environments as working in the DSG. So I think I'll be able to work well with you guys and learn from you very well.
Can someone make a motion?
I'm gonna extend for 10 minutes. Is that okay with people? I don't get it. Or unless anyone wants longer. I'll hold longer.
Any objections? No objections? Okay, good.
I can make the revise the file.
Too late.
It's like, ask for no objection.
No, that's not an objection, guys.
Can you repeat the question, please? Can you repeat the question, please? Sorry.
So if you have worked as an intern, how do you think that's helped prepare you for the role? If you haven't been an intern, how do you plan to succeed as a senator?
I think generally as an intern, I got a lot of insight as to what the role of the flea market liaison actually is, right? As the flea market liaison, it's come to my understanding that you kind of dip your toes in a lot of the water, you do a bit of everything, you do a bit of outreach. You're fighting for the flea market. I mean, in light of the conflict we have with the medical center, it's going to be even harder to kind of promote the flea market and how useful it is, and you kind of have to know a lot about the utilities the flea market provides as a place to get together, but also how we work with admin, where we get our funding from, what kind of products we provide, who do we serve to, right? So all these things, I felt that I got my best insights from the flea market meetings, and then obviously program meetings where I was hearing senators talk about generally how they're planning the flea market, what they were doing from a general like managerial standpoint of the entire program.
Yeah, I feel like for being an intern in the for the flea market, one of the most important aspects to it would be the connections that you would have in the DASG. I feel like that connection helps like the workflow smoother. So it's like for the flea market liaison, I know that there's gonna be a lot of promotion that you would have to do, like let's say Instagram. So there's gonna be a lot of marketing that has to be done. And also it's like, you'll also have to work with the ICC, which I just said, I want clubs also to like join in. So it's like being within the DASG, even though if I'm not a senator yet, even as an intern, I feel like building that connection is really important, especially as you will need as much help as possible. I feel like the flea market is a really big part of the ANZA. Like, if we didn't have the flea market, we wouldn't have enough fundings for the DASG government. And especially on what Anisha said, on the medical center being built on the parking lot. If that does really happen, I would say that basically means that the flea market will be over. Because, as it's gonna be, it's like, it's just gonna take up basically the whole parking lot, and there's just not gonna be a flea market left. So I feel like before that, we have to do it as good as possible. And as an intern, regarding your question, would be to build those connections to Google.
Yeah. Right, so there is news that there's gonna be a community health center that's gonna disrupt the flea market. What would be your plan of action?
Sorry, could you repeat your question?
Yeah, so there is news that there's going to be a community health center that's going to disrupt the flea market. What would be your plan of action here in this news?
Disrupt in what way?
I think right now the news we have is gonna be like right smack in the middle of the flea market.
I'll go first. I think the beauty of Deanne's is we have this ginormous parking lot that for the most part is empty a lot of the time. I think, although it's gonna suck because that is flea market space being taken up, I think it does there's still the huge lot closer to the admin building that is very empty and that can be extended into. So I think it's not going to detriment the flea market in a very overpowering way, as long as it's not super big. I don't know the logistics of it, but yeah.
So from my understanding of the medical center, it's going to be occupying most of the parking lot. And to be realistic, if at the end, we cannot stop the medical center from being built, I can certainly say that we will not generate as much revenue as we have in previous months, just because, like, let's say the medical center occupies 50% of the parking lot. How are you going to fill that 50% gap of money? So realistically, that's not gonna happen. So I would say my call of action is something to use spaces other than the parking lot, but that is most unlikely because it's just not practical. And I feel like what we can do is use up the only spaces left, even though it's gonna be small, but we might have to just make it work.
Sorry, I'm trying to remember what I was going to say. Yeah, I'm gonna tend to agree with him is the fact that there's not a very large course of action that we can do, but I think the general overview is just the not so, right? Obviously, the flea market, this is something the flea market is a big hit and we all value it in some way or the other, hopefully, right? And it all provides service that we all like, but I think the best course of action we can take at this point is to try and find a different location. And obviously, anything that's built within the bounds of the flea market or where it was supposed to be, they discussed it and it was built with intention that it could benefit the general student body as well. So we have to take that into consideration and find a different solution by obviously just exploring different locations on the answer, right? Because being sad is not really going to help us with anything. So as long as we keep working and we keep, fighting to, I guess, keep the value of the flea market persisting and let everyone know what or how beneficial it can be for the community, then you should be fine in the long run.
Currently, one of the ways we grow the flea market students is through the flea markets. I was wondering if you guys have any ideas about how we can increase student engagement with the flea market, and also, like you mentioned, like getting people to be aware of the benefits that flea market brings to student programs. So how would you kind of increase student engagement with the whole process and awareness of its benefits and everything?
Yeah, so I would So for this matter, I actually do have a plan. So I've been at Yenza for a year now, and I mean, I would say that I've been around campus a lot. And I can say that as an athlete, going to the PE quad, the athlete track and like the tracks, and then going to the science quad, I feel like there's not enough presence for flea market. I would say there's no posters, there's no flyers. I know that that might not be what flea market liaison is in charge of. That might be the marketing's department, but I think as of a flea market liaison, I would have to contact the marketing department, work with them, see if we could post more flyers up, more posters up, and getting like students' attentions. Because I feel like, I mean, it's a traditional way of giving out flyers, right? But at least you know that person knows about the flea market now, right? And I feel like as flea market liaisons, we need to be doing that more to like let people just know about the flea market, even if it's just a mini flea. I feel like we should, I mean, it's just a chain reaction. Like if one person knows, another person might know. If we can tell a club president, then maybe the club president will pass it on to like club members. So I feel like that is a really good thing to start. And, yeah.
I'm actually gonna build off this point. I think marketing is really important, but the thing that we're discussing here is student engagement, and we're obviously not engaging the students because they're not finding any value within the team, right? I think what needs to happen is, like I said, building up the metric-based vendor selection before. If we can select specific items that we know attract students, right, and we can kind of get a general sense of how where students will go, what vendors will get traction or will get traffic to the station, right? You can advertise those specifically within the flea market to entice them more, right? If you give a more general sense of, oh, we sell, you know, if you ask someone for the flea market, what do you sell? And you say, oh, I sell everything, right? That doesn't really give them much information, right? They're not going to be very interested, right? But one item that was in one of the flea markets I was volunteering at, one of the mini flea markets, an item that was in high demand was jeans or jean jackets, right? So if we advertise that, we try to make it as unique as possible. We say where it's coming from, how you will be helping a small business or a small retailer whose you know, earnings depend on them buying the product, along with the fact that they enjoy the product and they will consistently come to the booth, then you're like centering in and shifting our focus to advertising specific products rather than like the whole holistic flea market. Right?
Can I get a motion to extend first? Matthew?
I'm spend by 1 minute.
Second? Any objections? No.
I think to piggyback on both of them, it is pretty important. I think flyers are very underutilized on Dienza. Those people that are going to be on campus and doing these activities are going to see it on campus. So if you put up flyers, if you put up things around densely populated parts of the campus, like the MLC or the S squad, or even the athletics area, right? Then that's going to get a lot of traction. And additionally, to talk about Anish's point, I think it's also important to make sure that the stuff you're marketing is stuff people want, right? I think we really have to conversate with the marketing squad and make sure that the ads are personalized, right? Instead of just saying general flea market, say, this is the flea market, we're gonna be selling this and this. This is why you should be here. And then also doing some more, I say club things, because in the past we've had like the K-pop club doing a dance. And I think more stuff like performances with clubs would be awesome and a great way to encourage people to come to mini markets.
Does anyone want to continue discussion or guys are? Okay, if so, to the candidates, you guys can go out and then the Senate can start deliberating.
Can I get a pizza?
Yes, please eat it all. Go back for third, fourth, fifth.
Do it quick though. Okay, does anyone want to start yet?
I'll start with Anish, I guess. So I've been working with Anish, I believe, since fall, or at least he's been the longest in terms of just being an intern. And all the projects that at least I kind of assigned to him or delegated to him. He's been very communicative, so he's been really easy to work with just because. So he would send in like updates periodically, so similar to like what we're kind of talking about just now. So I can just step back. I don't need to chase after the intern. He'll just be like, okay, here's an update. When he can't make things, he always gives a heads up. And even after things are done, he always just gives reports. And just work ethic and communications wise, I can say that Anish he's up there. How I just started working with him in like intern stuff, but he's also become a student assistant at the flea market, like a paid job, so he knows about the inner workings of the flea market a bit better. And then for Rami, well, I've met him at Frisbee. I don't know if I've like really seen him. No, he's already an intern. I'm not quite sure, but based on the responses he was giving, he seems pretty promising.
Anyone?
I also like, I read on the point about Anish, he's always like pretty communicative, and also if I asked him to help with things that wouldn't necessarily like things that were already assigned to him, he would kind of go out of his way to provide some feedback or at least like try to give some input on it. So also he has been really helpful. And then Kyle is newer as far as like flea market like subcommittee or whatever. But he had a lot of strong ideas for the flea market, and he seems very like interested in making them happen or like kind of contributing like new or fresh ideas to the flea market. And then as far as Rami, like we have a lot less like I guess like evidence on him or data on what he's contributed to the flea market. But he did like has spoken to me about it, and he showed a lot of interest as well in like how it works and like what he can contribute and how like, the whole role, like what we actually do in the position of flea market liaison. So he showed a lot of interest as well. And I will say his answers were also like pretty strong overall. Like I don't think there was a huge negative or anything, and he has showed the interest and passion for it. So
Anyone else? Yeah.
I just wanted to like also note that like I know that Kyle and Anish have been interns, but like that should just like be the whole point of it, because like he hasn't been an intern, so you haven't been able to work with him, but based on the responses, we should also take that into consideration because he could be a strong candidate. Because for me personally, just based on the responses from the interview, I thought that Rami and Kyle had really strong answers and ideas. And just the way that they presented themselves as well, because I know like with the flea market, that's a big part of it. You're talking to a lot of people. But I guess just one thing I wanted to ask, this is maybe for Adrian. I know he's the bike program coordinator right now. And I just want to ask like how he's been doing like as a senator in that position.
I mean, I don't have any complaints, but I can't say that I've like, I don't know, I haven't given him input because he's a fellow senator, but I also haven't seen him take on any projects or make initiative on his own. Maybe he's just not, maybe just bike program isn't his passion, but also it's like, there's not much for him to do at this point because we don't have any more bikes to give out. Like, he could get in contact with the Rotary Club. He could, I don't know, see if there's anything else, but I think that has something to say.
Yeah, in this instance, I can provide some, information at least related to that question. Yeah, the bike program, I mean, there's not much at the moment to do. He did reach out to me, I think it was earlier this week or last week, asking, you know, what he needs to do or what he can do. I replied, you know, let him know that, you know, there's nothing to check out right now. We will be, you know, getting the e-bikes back over this quarter and we don't keep them in summer. I did say there are things he could help with and then you know, some other things, and then I copied him with another email uh, relating to the new bikes we ordered last quarter. So those are coming soon, and we will need help getting them set up and ready and labeled and added to inventory. We're not gonna be able to, check them out, this quarter. And then some we don't check anything out, but we will need help just getting everything ready so that all the bikes are ready to check out in the fall. And of course, help with getting the e-bikes back this fall.
Ariana?
I know Rami is a FA packager, and I really think we should take that into consideration because having been like working in an organization like that, like you grow as a leader a lot and you get to know the DASG campus a lot, which like as a senator, you don't only have your like individual responsibilities, but you also like serve as a senator and contribute to like the decisions made here. So I really think that's like important like qualification that he has. And I mean, I think like Anish is a great candidate and like Kyle, like they have the experience, but I also think that's something that Rami could pick up.
Let's see it.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I guess, add on to what Ariane just said. Obviously, like, Rami hasn't been an intern, so he hasn't really gotten that chance specifically with flea market to show us how we could work. But I think when we asked, like, the question about, like, your experience as an intern and how that's gonna help you, I think he had a good answer that, like, he's gonna learn from, like, the people who are currently senators. Like, I think that was, like, the best answer that he could have given. And he didn't try to, like, open some door that like he couldn't really explain. He just like gave a simple answer, like I'll just learn from the people who are doing the job. So I thought that was a good answer. And I also think that in terms of like marketing the flea market, I would say like a good or like an important aspect is also like being outgoing. And not to say Anish isn't outgoing or that Kyle isn't outgoing, but I just feel like he was able to just, I don't know, present himself a little bit better comparatively. But
Aaron, and then Javin, and then Jenna, and then Matthew.
I have a question for you, like, just because everyone's mentioning marketing a lot, do you think that, like, the specific marketing aspect of it, for flea market at least, do you think that way outweighs the need for how the flea market works and all the things you need to do? Because Anish, he was the most detailed in what, like, who he needs to talk to, what he needs to get done, how do you improve student engagement? A lot of people say, yeah, post flyers, but that like when it comes to marketing and then like that. Like you actually improve engagement, and each had an actual idea and it would be with you. He found a specific target with his like we do this, like denim jeans or whatever, and you like specifically do that means yeah. So like you like you working on what's more important really?
At least the way I've approached the flea market so far was just by quarter. So each quarter I had a certain goal. And just so happens that this like spring quarter, because I kind of figured out everything during the fall and winter, spring is where I kind of told them that, hey, my goal for spring was to kind of market the flea market more and now that it's more set up. So maybe that's what they picked up on, but I think marketing is still definitely a pretty big aspect, but it's just a matter of just figuring out the two, right? I mean, like I said, for me, setting the flea market up first, like kind of getting back going, so I have like the concept of then I'll market it. That was, I think they have it nailed down, that marketing still is important. But that's where it gets very like gray area is because we have a marketing committee, and also the flea market try to our own marketing in that sense.
I'm actually gonna like detract from like what was said because not like specifically you, but like in general, because I feel like being outgoing is a little overrated for like flea marketism. Like I think Anish has shown he's like pretty committed to it and he had like actionable steps about how we can improve our like vendor selection process and make it so that like the products are actually better for students. And I think what he was getting at was like having some kind of like metric or like rubric to grade them or get more student input. So I felt like he had a better answer as far as that. Even though I was actually asking about student engagement. And I don't think you necessarily have to be super outgoing to be flea market lead. Like a lot of the job is literally event planning because you're hosting mini flea markets. You're doing a lot of like forms, applications. It's a lot of like logistical stuff. So I don't want to say that it's like somewhere where you have to be super outgoing. And also like there's people that can compensate for that. If you're not the most outgoing person, you have interns, you have another leader who can also like talk to vendors more. And again, most of the communication is through like email and like planning logistics. So it's not like you have to be super outgoing or like the best of public speaking at all.
Okay, first of all, I need an extended time. And second of all, just be mindful of the time. Because if we don't get student rights officer elected today, we probably need a fourth internal election. So put that on mind. And then,
I have a quick question. Are we gonna select two or one?
two.
Oh.
Someone motion to extend time, please. Adrian,
Yeah, I'm going to extend by 5 minutes.
second, Chris,
I second.
any objections? No objections? Okay, fine. Javin and then Matthew, and then later, Javin first.
Okay, yeah, I wanna advocate for Rami a little bit here, cause, I think that him not being an intern, like, we opened up all applications to the public, and as a, I guess, public member in that regard, like, he kind of presented himself in the best possible manner that he could have, like, Oscar said earlier about the question about, what Adrian proposed, if you're not an intern, like, how do you propose that you're going to be acclimated as a member? I think he just, the way he presented himself, and it's not necessarily just about the outgoing side of it, it's the way that he articulates himself and the way he presents himself in a manner that is becoming of a senator. And I feel like with that trait, with that attitude, that if he's given this position, if he's given time to learn, if he comes to the training before, like during the summer and whatnot, then he'll have plenty of time and the ability to be a good flea market liaison. And also, there are 2 positions available, so we can't, like, we also have like an Asian class, so.
I also wanted to advocate for Rami in this sense, because he does have leadership experience. It may not be specifically flea market experience, but it is leadership experience. And there's a reason we have his trainings. And I thought his answers were very well presented.
Benjamin, and then, yeah, Benjamin first.
Yeah, I'd also like to vouch for Randy, like, although he's not an intern, he's shown that he can bring like an interesting, like, new ideas on the floor. Like, he talked about increasing engagement with like other clubs more than like the other 2 did, like, he went more about it, talking about other programs. I think it would be a good fit for this.
Adrian, and then. Adrian.
Mine really,
Okay.
really quick. So not all of us were interns before we got our positions. And I'd say all of us have done a really great job as senators. So I don't think that's a defining factor. But also I really liked that, I don't know, I just like that Rami showed his love for the flea market. Like he really seemed like he enjoyed it, right? And if it's something that you care about, you're going to do a better job of taking care of it.
Yeah, so I was just gonna say back to like the point on balance, like as an outside perspective, we had so much engagement with the flea market. I think having like me and like, let's say, shoot, I'm blanking on his name, would bring that balance of experience and passion for the like liaison role for the flea market. So I mean, just from my perspective, that seems like that's like the most well-rounded kind of team.
Jenna?
Oh, I just like don't want us to discount Kyle at all, because I will say like he also communicated with me a lot about like, well, I have this idea of the flea market, as flea market liaison, do you think that's realistic or like something that we can do? And I think that he also has a lot of great ideas and his answers are pretty strong, so.
No.
I kind of want to point out, like, okay, I really like how Rami presented himself, like we in general public, like just said that already, but the elephant in the room is that he doesn't seem to have a lot of commitment and still he chose not to be an intern. And also I kind of like how.
Alright, it's okay.
You know what? That's it.
Okay, Ria, and then Aaron, and then Athea.
Yeah, I mean, just first, I don't think it should matter if they've been addicted or not. Like, you never know what they have going on or like what their commitments were. And this is open to everyone, so I don't think that should be taken into account. But back to the thing I was originally gonna say, like kind of going off what Jenna said, I don't think we should also discredit Kyle. I think he had really good answers from what I was listening from, and he had a lot of ideas. Like he seemed really enthusiastic about making like changes or additions to the flea market. And I remember he even had a point brought up about how for the mini flea markets really cater towards students. Every programs meeting I've been to, that's like what Ian and Jenna are like focused on. Like, how do we cater the mini flea market towards students specifically to get them to come to like the main flea market, and I really like that Kyle kind of like pointed that out about how that's the direction we're going and how he's like taken notice into that and how he would like address that and bring new students in and more engagement. So I don't think we should like discredit that either, because I know the whole conversation has been about a niche and brand.
Okay, again, I need a motion to extend time first. Eric, motion is still at 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Minutes.
42 seconds.
Yeah, motion is number 3.
Second, is there a second? Jenna, any objections? Yeah, 3. Any objections? No objections? Okay, great. Jenna, Aaron?
Okay, so, because we're like, I think I don't know, like, everyone seems pretty set on a niche, like being there. And we're kind of deciding between, Rami right now. So I guess deciding how they work together, who works best with the niche. Just to make sure that we need to have the flea market running well, and you don't pick up how to run a flea market in training. If you get thinking Rami's gonna pick it up over training, we don't learn our specific roles in training.
Okay.
We learn it what we're doing.
I'm gonna let Phoebe talk first, because she hasn't talked.
Also, one thing I want to point out is that under this time, especially for next year, we are facing an issue with the medical center. And from my knowledge, Kyle's the only one who has actual experience in the main flea market. And right now, he just got his job in OCL, and I know recently he's learning, dealing with checks, money order, and connecting with vendors, maintain the relationship with vendor. He's learning all of that, and he is the only one who had experience with the main flea market so far. And I really like Anish's interview. He has been doing many works for the mini flea market, I believe. For Anish, it's more like within this DSG and for the mini flea market, but Kyle is the only one who had actual experience with the main big flea market, and we should take that into account as well.
Asia.
Okay, so I just wanted to say 2 quick things. One for Chenho and just like in general too, because this always gets like brought up. I don't think we can speak when like for the candidate and say like they should have been interning with DHG because it looks like they might have free time, because like maybe like he wasn't doing a lot, but like he had a lot of classes. Like we have no idea. So I don't think for like time commitments, it's our place to be saying that they should have interned with DASG, because we also have like an outreach problem. He could have just not known. Like there's so many reasons, right? So I think in general, we should just not speak for candidates' time commitments unless we specifically asked them and they said something that was concerning. And then also to what Aaron said, I also disagree that you can't like learn the flea market over training, because okay, say like Rami gets elected, there's still like the rest of this quarter, there's still time to learn about the flea market. He also said he's been going, so it's not like he just heard about the flea market for the first time. So I also don't think that that's a fair point to bring up and like assume that someone wouldn't be able to learn it when we don't know that, basically, is what I'm trying to say. So, yeah.
You know,
Okay, motion to extend by what?
is there a second? Aaron, any?
Yeah, I object.
One minute.
Okay, first one.
Voting doesn't take longer than.
Okay, wait.
The voting.
Yeah, it takes longer than
the minute.
So
What about like 45 seconds?
Okay, I take back my. Take it back.
Thank you.
Are there any objections then? No? Okay, Jenna? Yeah.
I just
Go for
want to say that, as far as the medical center thing, I don't know that any of them are highly, like, very much aware of what's going on in the medical center. Their answers did not really show like that much awareness of it, any of them. But that doesn't speak badly about any of them. And I will say Anish helped me with like drafting our like, little speech to the board and stuff like that for the medical center. And then as far as like their actual responses, I just want to say, like, I know like a lot of people vouch for Rami and I really like him as a person, but just based on the responses they gave, I felt the other 2 had a little bit more substance what they had to say, but that also just comes from the fact they have experience with the flea market, so that's like a natural advantage. But Rami obviously presents himself well and he seems really receptive to like learning. But also the training thing, I will say, you do not learn about the flea market in like DSG training. And I was like not an intern, I like have visited the flea market, I wasn't aware of a lot of things, and it was like a pretty steep learning curve. So I just like want to say that as well, it's not completely easy.
Motion to extend, someone?
I would like to extend by 2 minutes, just for.
Like, next time, can you guys just extend it like 30 minutes? Like, I swear. Is there a second? Any objections? No objections? Okay.
I kind of disagree with Phoebe about like, not having experience and everything. You can have all the experience needed and everything, but I also want to know, I also want to see actually what Rami can bring to the table, you know? I want to see like what he, like his vision just kind of like really impressed me in a way, but I also like disagree with Anna, in a way like we can't, assume that Rami won't do, that won't be overnight and won't, you never know. So,
Chris?
I just wanted to say that.
Chris and then Aaron, finance.
I will, okay, I will say for the medical center, I'm most likely sure that's going to be a very big topic, especially for community liaison. And while I can't speak for Rami, I can speak for FAPAC and the organization. They really prioritize Measure G, the Art Squad, and the medical center. So if he is an intern, that means he is already very well educated on the medical center. And I do think that if we have at least one flea market liaison who's already educated and knows about the medical center, other alternatives to the location, that's probably what we're gonna need for the, especially from what Ian said, it sounds like we already got it very well established again.
Aaron?
I think it's the last comment, well, but all I'm hearing, and this is the truth, we're just hearing that we have hope for Rami, okay? And that's good, cute and all that, but like we talked for like 10 minutes, there's not really like hope. And both of them, like Kai really does, frankly, does have some idea of like what's happening in the medical center and all of that. And Anish is like, yeah, he knows everything about the being like the market. So I think it's, yeah, okay, so speak both of them, it's done.
Any more?
Let's go. Yeah, I know you mentioned that Rami knew about the medical center and Measure G, but just based on his response when he was like talking about when asked about the Measure G, it didn't really seem like he knew much about what the medical center was. So I don't know if that's like a valid point just because he's a part of the program. I don't understand.
Any more extensions? No extensions, right? Okay, good. We're voting.
No, I but I think I know who I yeah.
Okay, if you voted, please raise your hand. Anyone who hasn't voted?
I haven't voted. Yeah.
I know, wrestling. I don't want to.
I can't be like first.
Happened at night. Also, like either we walk out or the police kicks us out. So.
No, like.
Unless we speed. And
No, like.
No.
I mean. We're gonna have to have a vote. So I think it was unless you want a motion to like end.
And like people need more time.
Okay, so is your question, can we say later or can we end earlier?
And earlier, we don't have. I mean, that, and I don't know.
Yes, yeah,
We can end earlier.
but the most likely will extend the process.
Yeah. We made them wait this whole time.
It's unfair.
Okay, just, okay, guys, raise your hand if you finished voting.
Oh.
Oh, I didn't hear. Okay, so.
Oh, wait, can someone get the candidates, please? I don't want to vote.
Yes. And then that way. Still have.
Guys.
So, others received 22 votes, Kyle received 16 votes, and Rami received 18 votes. So the new flea market liaisons are Anish and Rami.
Okay, thanks, everyone. Congrats to Anish and Rami, for being the new, flea market liaisons. Now, we're gonna continue with, student rights and equity committee internal elections. So first off, we have equity and diversity officer. So can the two candidates come up? So first of all, we're gonna have introductions and let me see, Joshua's gonna start first. So Joshua.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joshua Madrid.
Guys. You can start. All right.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joshua Madrid. I'm running for the Equity and Diversity Officer position. I would like to start off by saying, I'm a proud first generation Latino college student. And the reason why I mention that is because, that definitely gives me a diverse background. And I've experienced my own challenges, right? And then I also want to mention that I'm a student ambassador for the Office of Outreach, as well as the Men of Color Mentor. And with that being said, that has, I'm constantly working with students that are underrepresented, learning about their backgrounds and the challenges that they face, right? And that has definitely motivated me to run for the equity and diversity position, right? Some of the projects that I've done here at the ANSA is I've participated in and co-led workshops for the All-Peer Equity Conference, the Latinx Conference, and the Filipinx Conference, right? And so the reason why I'm running is because I want to be a voice at the table for underrepresented students. I am definitely motivated to hear the voices of those students and empower their voices by, leading workshops. And yeah, I definitely want to learn about those backgrounds more. But thank you.
Nick, you have the lead.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mohammed Strickla, and I'm a first year at DASG, and I'm also an intern for the Student Rights and Equity Committee. I believe I would be a good fit for the Equity and Diversity Officer position, as I help promote inclusivity and diversity both on and off campus. So, like, for example, I tutor socioeconomically disadvantaged kids for free, and I also am planning on starting a club initiative designed towards dedicated towards supporting students with a unique enrollment status. Furthermore, I'm a dedicated SRE intern, and I've helped create several projects in SRE. such as like promotional reels or different, like programs such as the DSPS Center, Food Pantry, and like the Resource Hub and more. Lastly, I believe that my involvement in various programs and services and clubs at De Anza give me a unique position for me to advocate for DASG and its ideals. So yeah, some projects I would like to pursue if I were to get the diversity and equity officer position are to spread awareness of DASG's like doings and current events, as well as DANZA's resources and opportunities through a series of short informational videos so that the entire student body can be more educated on what happens at DANZA and what DASG is doing. As well as I would like to promote more cultural events and activities at DANZA so that more students feel like that they're being included in the DANZA student culture. Sorry.
Okay, so moving on, we have 10 minutes discussion on Q&A. So anyone want to start first? Adrian?
So we all know that as students and student leaders, we have our fingers in a lot of pots and we are pretty good. So one of the most important things as a student leader is time management. So how are you going to ensure that you will get your work done as a student leader while also taking care of the other areas of your life and your other responsibilities?
So, yeah, in time management, I like to think of myself as a pretty good, time managed person, I guess, because, I go to the library, try to study there, and I also involved in a lot of, student success, like, opportunities such as like the tutoring center. So I'm kind of like always ahead on my work. And another thing is that I know my limitations, I guess, so I don't extend myself. Like, for example, I'm not taking as many classes this quarter. I'm only taking about 2 because I'm like, preparing for like future goals that I might take on. So I think I'm really good in like making sure that I know what I can get done and knowing that I won't be, overextending myself and promising something that might not be able to be actually achieved.
So for myself, I do want to say that I love to balance, my time. As I've taken on more projects, that has definitely pushed me towards learning how to balance my time and, creating a schedule, and, kind of putting my foot into every area, right? But I would say that, I'm not the first one to, manage multiple tasks. I'm pretty sure that, the audience, right, has other tasks that they work on outside of DASG, right? And so I think, it's all about, well, I do want to say that, I wouldn't be taking this position if, I wasn't able to, right? Because I do want to be respectful of, everyone, right? And I definitely want to be, on board with everything and, working on this projects.
Megan?
Can you guys share a personal experience or aspect of your background that influenced your passion for supporting representing from like underrepresented?
Yeah, so I grew up in a single parent household, so lived with my sister, so I'm kind of familiar with like the financial constraints and stuff as like my upbringing. There was a lot of financial constraints, so I wasn't able to actually do a lot of the things that I wanted to like partake in when I was young. So that kind of inspired me to kind of offer those opportunities that I didn't get myself to other people that like are now experiencing the same difficulties, which is like what inspired me to tutor like disadvantaged kids and like STEM topics that they wouldn't otherwise have had like the financial means to actually afford and access.
So I come from a family that immigrated to this country. They have definitely made a lot of sacrifices for me to be here, right? And the hustle that they do, right? And all the hard work that they have gone through just put me, in this position, right? Being able to go to college, right? And to be honest, like I didn't think I would go to college myself, just because I didn't know, the whole system, right? I kind of had to, learn that on my own, right? When I just graduated high school, I live in Hayward, right? So I went to a community college nearby, but I had a horrible experience, right? They weren't very helpful in terms of, the resources that colleges offer, right? And so that kind of threw me off, right? I was like, you know what? To be honest, I don't think college is for me. So I kind of started doing my own thing. But I met some amazing people that kind of, motivated me and were like, hey, you should try this other college, right? And that college was DeAndre. And, I remember going to the office of outreach and, meeting with the counselor. And it was a major change, right? It was very different. He was like, hey, come on in, let me help you out, right? And I really liked that, right? And so, I've experienced a lot of good things here at DeAndre, right? And so that's kind of the reason why I decided to work in the office of outreach, right? To help students that are underrepresented. For example, first generation students, right? Or Latino students, right? So that's the reason why I ran for that. And I feel like if I were to get the equity and diversity officer position, I would be able to work with other communities and having a greater impact, right? And just, creating equitable spaces.
Can you describe your understanding of challenges faced by undocumented low-income AU 540 students on our campus? And based on this understanding, can you specify any initiatives or programs you propose to enhance support for these student populations within the ASG or on campus if you were elected as student rights officer?
I think one, common similarity between all of them is that I think finances are probably the biggest common denominator. And Esther Reed right now, they're working on a project that I would like to continue to pursue in the future. It's called the Undocumented Fellowships program or project that Esther Reed is planning on pursuing, and that would allow undocumented students separately to gain the financial means to kind of make their lives easier at the end. So for some other students, I believe there are a lot of programs. I just think that a lot of programs don't do the best job of kind of putting themselves out there because from my experience from reaching out to all these programs, a lot of them are really shy and they don't always want to kind of be in videos with the ASG, the PS Center. They didn't want us record inside, but it's understandable, but it just makes it kind of hard to showcase the students all these opportunities at Kansas. So my take on it.
Yeah, I think it's definitely hard being an undocumented student here at DeAndre, right? Just because they don't have a lot of support, financially, for example, right? And so, I've definitely met some people at the Office of Outreach who come in who speak Spanish, right? And it's very hard for them, learning the resources, right? How do I do this? Is there any financial help, right? They have a lot of questions, right? And so I think, I would say, maybe creating a club, right? Where I know we have HEFAs at the East College, right? And that's a great community support. But I think we also need a club where we have, bilingual speaking students, right? And kind of integrating them into our campus, right? Learning about their backgrounds and how we can be an ally for them.
Chris?
How would you define the word equity?
Equity, for me, I would define that as fair and just for all, regardless of their personal background. It's fair and just for all. Everyone has the same access to the same opportunities, that they need to succeed, I guess.
So I think people usually get mixed up the word equity and equality, right? When people think about equality, it's usually giving every single student the same resources, whereas equity, it's providing resources as they need them, right? Because not all students need the same resources, right? There's students who need more support than others, right? And so that's what equity is all about, providing students with the resources that they need. That way they can have the same opportunities.
Ariana?
Okay, so I just have a question. So one of the things that I think this role entails is bringing in more diverse voices into the DASG. And that sounds pretty easy, but it's really not. So one of the most common answers is contacting men of color, HEFAs, and contacting them, right? But I feel like that doesn't really work. So what is an idea you guys
have about like including like voices that aren't at the table?
Yeah, that's also one of the reasons why I decided to, run for, the position. Just because I remember, one day going to, DASG and just looking around the room. Even if we look at, around the room right now, right, there's not, I mean, there's a, representation, but I feel like we definitely need more, right? We definitely need more Latino students, we definitely need more Black students, right? And so it's definitely hard to, get them in. Yes, there's advocacy, but it also takes, their part, right? They also have to do, their side of work, right? And so that's really, because we can say a lot of things, we can, reach out to them, right? But as we've seen, that doesn't really work, right? So I think we can, I'm not sure if this exists, but I think like for I don't know, welcome day or club day, right? We can set up kind of a booth, and be outreaching to those specific students, right? Telling them about DASG, just because I feel that a lot of students don't know what DASG is, right? Especially when they come here to the answer, right? I know that back then I didn't know what DASG was. I thought it was just like any other club, right? So definitely, I don't think reaching out works, right?
Can I get an extension of time first? Hannah?
And to extend
Okay, don't move on, just,
15 minutes.
sure. Can I get a second? Chris?
I second. We can end it early if needed.
Yeah, I can end early.
Question.
Yeah, she hasn't responded.
Oh.
But, any objections? No objections? Okay, 15 minutes. Yeah.
If you do decide to end early, decide between, the positions. If you wouldn't want to start interviews or whatever, and then end. And
I don't think
then,
we can make-
try to pick it up later.
I don't think we can use this.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you're gonna end early, especially considering the time, it would be better to do it after, equity diversity.
Yes.
And not start.
Okay, 50 minutes and
Yeah, so, yeah, I definitely agree with like reaching out to kind of, programs and services. I feel like they're very like unresponsive and kind of like shy by, getting asked to kind of participate in DASG. So what I would propose is kind of having a financial incentive for them to kind of come into DASG and kind of, actively have like a student ambassador kind of, speak for them on like, a Senate level. And I think that would really kind of have a way of kind of introducing like more like diverse voices all across campus from all these different programs and services to kind of come into DASG and kind of, speak their mind about what they need to see on campus and how they believe that they can like improve campus overall and what they should, what DASG should do as like, as an organization.
Hannah, I know you can raise it.
Yeah, could you provide examples of initiatives or projects that you have worked on that have promoted diversity, equity, and inclusion within a community setting?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I am part of the UNAM Color Program. I'm one of the mentors there. Just starting off with that, but one of the things that we do is we have these workshops, right? We just had a workshop, I think, last quarter. And so, we go in there and, talk about, sensitive topics that are in a respectful manner, right? Through those conversations, we learn from each other, right? And we support each other, right? We talk about, various topics that I would really want to hear, but, they're definitely sensitive topics, things that students struggle with, right? But at the end of the day, the main goal of that program is to empower the voices and, make them feel like they're not the only ones, because they're not, right? We all have our challenges, but when we have a chance to open up, we learn from each other. So yeah.
Is that all right if I ask for like a repeat of the question? I just want to make sure.
Sure, sorry, I know it's long.
Can you provide examples of initiatives or projects you have been involved in that have promoted diversity, equity, and inclusion within a community setting?
Yeah, so, like, as I previously mentioned in my candidate statement, I talked about, like, kind of creating, or helping create the, promotional pieces for different programs on campus, like, as I mentioned, there was like the resource hub, food pantry, the ESPS center, so like, that's just, like, that's a one set, yeah, and another thing that I'm planning on doing as well is that, like, just today, I just, proposed with, the marketing committee as well, and logos was there as well, to, create a series of videos, dedicated to kind of, you know, teaching students at Pienza. I mentioned this as well in my, the teaching students about Pienza, like, you know, the program services, what we kind of doing, and yeah, so that's how previously promoted other programs. Katya?
Yeah. What do you hope to learn from the position of equity and diversity? Like, what do you think you want to gain?
I definitely want to learn, you know, I don't want to sound redundant, right? But, you know, just learning about students' backgrounds, right? I am a psychology major, and sort of the route that I'm taking right now is wanting to become an academic counselor. And so I feel like this position would definitely allow me to learn about, you know, how to make more, or how to have more equitable spaces. I know that, you know, I definitely want to learn, right? I've been to the Office of Equity, and I've definitely, you know, been like, like, hey, you know, what's equity about, right? How can I do more, right? And just working with the entrance there, right? So I'm definitely an open-minded person. I want to continue to learn about equity. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say that I would want to learn how to make a bigger impact on different groups of people on campus, so that so I know in the future, like, how to, I guess make people happier, like, overall, I guess, because I want everyone to kind of, have like the same chance at all these opportunities, and to make sure that everyone's, living life as it should be, happily, like, at the end as a student. So yeah, I mean, I guess I would just like to understand how to, better understand, people, programs, organizations, how to better communicate with them, my like efforts and my goals, and what I'm trying to achieve, so that I can, increase my success rate at actually achieving these things in the future. Hannah?
Any new projects that you have in mind for next year, if you were to get the role, or anything that we have already done in history that you would like to change in any way?
I think one of the ideas that I wanna, move forward with, is creating workshops. Workshops, have, a diverse population of students, kind of like Men of Color, right? Where we can, come in, talk about our diverse backgrounds. We can have, Latino students, undocumented students, Asian students, right? And just so we can learn, right, from each other. And then based off of what we learned from those, in that workshop, creating projects, right? I think the other idea that would be nice is, I think, so the thing is this, I think we have some amazing community spaces here at Pienza, right? But I feel like the hard part is getting students to come in, right? I feel like that's the thing that all communities in a way struggle with, right? Having students come in. I know I see it in Men of Color, right? Rising scholars, they sometimes have a hard time, like I said, bringing in students. So definitely having incentives, games, right, attractions, right? I think one of the things that we should do for like Welcome Day is have cultural festivals, right? And then through those cultural festivals, advocate for all these clubs, right? And Mojo, documented students.
Yeah, so I would say that I'm going to be repeating a lot of stuff, but I think the undocumented students program is something that I would really like to kind of change in the future, as I see there's a lot of potential for it, and I would really like to kind of expand on that in the future once it once it gets more support from, all the new parties, and once it's like shown that it's shown to work, I'd really like to expand on that in the future and kind of open that up to more avenues of different students, like, international as well. I'm trying to kind of make it more inclusive to all, I guess, so that all students can find an avenue to kind of, join the program.
Okay, because like you said, your answers have been quite repetitive for the like last 3 or 4 questions. So in terms of, you guys have both acknowledged that you want to bring in more diversity and change, like if you look at this table, age-wise, it's not just, but age-wise also, there's a lot of differences in the De Anza community, and we have mostly the same, like, just 5-year, 3-year differences, right? And also ethnically with Latino, Black students, and other ethnic groups that I may be missing, a lot of them, like, the interest and is just completely different, like, they don't, have exactly the same, you talked about incentives, but there are financial incentives, like senators do get paid, right? But in order to bring these students in, we've seen that that doesn't necessarily work. And I've talked to, for example, the football team, majority of the football team is men of color. And when I talk to these people about general elections and internal elections, they're all outgoing people and they're all very personable people. How do you bring these people who have a completely different interest, like wanting to become a professional football player, into Senate? Because someone who wants to become a professional football player can advocate for a large percentage of the Kansas population.
I think the hard part, when it comes to bringing in diversity into DSU is just having one person, right? It takes one person, and then from that person, we have one students, because you're gonna start seeing, hey, there's diversity, right? Hey, I have a student from my background, right? And so it just takes one student, right? From that student, so that's the hard part, right? I think there's different reasons why people don't join DASG, right? One of them might be like, they're struggling financially, right? They have to, go work, right? Some of them have to support their families, right? So it's definitely hard. I think we do have incentives, but we definitely have to have more incentives, right? Things that, it goes back to equity, right? Maybe we may not have the same incentives for every single person, but we may have incentives tailored towards whatever they need, right? If it's financial stuff, right? Maybe provide them with financial help. For another student, it might be something else, right? And then help them out with whatever they're struggling with, right? It goes back to equity.
Yeah, so I guess, in my opinion, the way I see it is that, I guess DHG might be too much commitment, and on their part, they might lack interest in it as well. So I guess showing from DHG side that I know that over the years, like the amount of money that we give different programs have like fluctuated a lot, and some programs might feel like they're less supported than others, and that might make them feel as if that they're like not being supported in DHG, and as a result, they don't want to like partake in a government that does that. So I guess a solution to that would basically be, giving them, more opportunity to present themselves by, giving them more money, and also by offering positions that aren't high commitment, that aren't like, going to, because like personally, I have to go to a couple meetings of like for like 4 hours, so that's a while. And not a lot of people can, do that. So I guess a way to kind of work around that is by offering more lesser commitment positions that still play a big part, but don't take up that much of that person's life, because at the end of the day, they might have like a family, they might, be working, and that's just hard on them to kind of balance all these things at once.
AJ?
Okay, so, you may or may not know, but outside of our like Senate seats that we're electing now, we have, diversity seats in the interest of getting Senate more diverse. But during my 2 years as a senator, I have never like seen a single one of those seats used. So how are you going to ensure that they are being taken advantage of and our Senate is more diverse?
I want to add on to that. Diversity seats are only open once the Senate is full, which is rarely the case.
Yeah,
I don't think that
have
would
like
be.
a follow-up question about diversity seats? Yeah, okay, so yeah, the reason that we don't have diversity seats at the moment is because we need a Senate to be full. And at the beginning of our quarter, so like fall quarter, it was full for a very long time, and we were trying to figure out the structure of diversity seats.
diversity seats are essentially just to bring more diversity to our environment. And so they will sit at the Senate, but they'll have a different sort of yeah, like perspective to what we do. So my question for you guys is, what would you create this, like, how would you go about diversity seats? Like, what would the structure be if Senate was full? And obviously, we hope that it is full, so.
I'm not sure I can do this, but can I ask a question? So I know that, I mean, that's a great idea. I did not know about that, right? But I'm just like now wondering, why is it that Senate's not always full?
So sometimes people quit, sometimes there are always like different reasons. Sometimes there's like just like an empty position for a while. Needs to be filled.
And is there a way to like work around that? Like maybe instead of having Senate be full, maybe we can have like still the diverse seats.
Sorry, never mind.
No, go ahead.
I don't know. Oh, sorry. I was like thinking like administration does like bylaws and stuff. So I was wondering if like the work around could be like changing the law so that Senate doesn't always necessarily have to be full. You have at least like one or two like members.
Because I'm just like, I'm trying to understand why it is people like, why can't we still have those seats without Senate having this shit?
Wait, I don't know. Isn't it, remember when we talked to that one student that was like,
At our conference,
like, he was like an expert on Robert's rules, and he said supposedly that diversity seats don't have to, like Senate doesn't necessarily have to be full for there to be diversity seats.
yeah, like.
But I don't think that's what's in our bylaws.
Yeah, our bylaws are just structured that way. They could always change if you would want to, but I'm just talking in the case right now, because that's like a whole different conversation that you guys opened up. And you could work on it potentially, but I mean, for right now, and I think, yeah.
Yeah, so I guess just to help, forget about the current structure or anything. Whatever the case may be, whether it needs to be full or not. We have diversity seats that need to be filled. How would you go about getting students that are from various backgrounds that are already on the Senate into some of those seats? I guess is the question, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
so-
in an equitable way, also realizing that not any community is like too small to be represented, so like a kind of private decision and time.
Someone moves Adrian.
I mean, stand by like, I don't know, does anyone else what's like? Maybe
How about
10 minutes, 3 minutes, about 5, so that people can answer, yeah.
5 minutes?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
I just want to do a time check. It's about almost 8:10 and we do need to be out of here by 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, probably not gonna be good, right?
Yeah, we're not doing.
Okay.
Can you guys second?
Yeah, well, that's not fair.
Guys,
That's not fair. That's not fair to
Okay,
the
let's
people that
just wrap it
came.
up and then,
Yeah, I would do 10 and finish it up.
okay,
If you don't,
10.
you don't have to go the whole 10 minutes. If
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
done, then you
You're
can
fine.
move on.
So can I get a motion for 10 minutes?
10%. I second.
Moved by Adrian, seconded by, Anna. Are there any objections? No objections, 10 minutes?
Yeah, so I guess trying to advertise those seats would be difficult because you know, already hard enough to get, you know, full Senate, so I guess advertising those seats, we would kind of, I think this goes back to my idea of showing that making the goals of the DASG be able to be like a low commitment so that more people would feel, you know, that they would be able to actually, you know, be at DASG as like, you know, a diversity chair and have an impact, you know, like with their busy schedule that they might have to like juggle with their other various programs. I guess with like the communities, yeah, I mean, there's lots of like different communities that, yeah, it would be kind of hard to say which communities like deserve to be like diversity chair. Like, I guess, yeah, I mean, there's so many communities and I guess it's just hard to put them all in just 5 seats. I wouldn't really know how to go about it, I guess, not at this current time at least. But like it is definitely an issue that can be tackled in the future by, you know, whoever becomes diversity and equity officer.
I think what we can do is we can start off by making them low commitments. You know, for some people, as I mentioned, right? They have financial struggles, right? Other have time restraints, right? And so we can make them low commitment, right? We can have a pool of students come into DASG from diverse backgrounds. Introduce them to what is the issue, right? And the plans that we have to make it more of an equitable stage, right? And then as people start joining in, right, and they start learning more, then we can start, telling them about the incentives of DASG, right? And then slowly start integrating them into those seats.
Can I move to end? Second. Any objections? No objections? Okay. Now, candidates, can you guys? Don't post. Okay, guys, start discussion.
Alright, real quick,
Yeah, yeah.
discussion starts, if you have a point and someone has made it, once that person has finished making that point, just raise your hand, and then we could tally or like write a note down how many hands are on that point, just so that the credibility is retained, but we don't waste time.
Okay. So did you agree with that statement, raise your hand?
So instead of repeating, just say, or,
Yeah.
something,
Yeah.
and then move on, so that, okay.
I have to, okay, anyone want to start?
Yeah.
Ariana?
Okay. We need more diversity in our campus. Like, please look around. Please look around. Joshua is not only Latino himself, but tied to the men of color community, which is 2 communities already that we've been trying to reach out for this whole year. And he's already doing the work that an equity and diversity officer is supposed to do. I believe that Madam has been very helpful in that SRE committee, and he's like a very dedicated intern, but Joshua is a diverse voice that will not only be a diverse voice, but will bring in more diverse people. Because something he said was like, it only takes one person, and it's very true. Like, last year, the only reason I got into student government was like one Latino, and it was Javier, and who was a midterm senator, was because Jennifer was like really into it. So I was just like, oh, okay. So we need to get more diverse voices, and I think that Joshua is a really, really good case. Yeah, I agree.
I agree.
Does anyone want to end the debate? Yeah.
Well, I just, actually,
Yeah.
I have a point.
Hannah?
I do agree with that, what Ariana said, but to an extent, because like, yeah, it's true that he does bring a diverse perspective, and that's kind of what the position, like, it's called. But I think there's a lot of work that the diversity and equity officer would have to do that we we never even asked about. I think because of that aspect, I don't know, because I've seen Madhav work really, really well with everything that we've done. People from SRE could also say that, and it's not saying that Joshua would not do the same. He did join 2 of our previous meetings, but Madhav has been there with us since the beginning.
I'll let Dennis go first. And then.
The first hands for who agrees or.
I understand what you're saying about, he's shown initiative, but because some of what, Madhav said confused me. What is the role of the equity and diversity officer? Is it reaching out? Is it, really working with the diverse community and representing them and advocating for them? Or is it the stuff the market is supposed to? I think it's a big important.
I agree with that.
I don't know.
Wait. Anyone else? Okay, I'll let Ariana go first because she raised her hand first.
Yes, I'd just like to say, I work at Hefas, I do my office hours there, and I spend like a lot of time there. And there's been I think a handful of occasions where Joshua comes in with somebody who had questions. Because we're taught to if somebody comes in with a question that can be addressed in another building, you walk them over. And he always walks them over and stays the whole time. He'll stay the whole time and help me answer questions. And he's just a very dedicated person that I think would do very well in this role.
Adrian,
So it's real quick. So I would just say that like Joshua seems like he gives the like maturity, lived experience and professionalism that will really uplift DSG, especially as he works in the Office of Outreach and the Men of Color program. So yeah, that's my comment.
and how,
Okay, so I'm not very familiar with the whole structure thing, but what Ariana said just now just confused me a little. About like, we should vote for Joshua because he's a certain race. I'm like, wait, because you said that he was.
Not what.
No, that's not what you just said,
She
though.
was saying he's connected to communities already and has already shown that dedication and that humility and humanity. To help with.
I was pretty sure she said because he was,
Well, yes, I did say that because we
Yeah.
do need more diversity on our side.
yeah, I feel like that is involved with, like, the race of a person or culture of a person should involve in culture.
I don't.
okay. I'll let Jenna go first. Jenna.
Talk about like one thing that like the candidate said, like, Joshua, which has a lot of connections to communities already, and like his work in outreach and also men of color, like that's really strong. And also like something that I kind of felt was maybe not, like, kind of not really equity was, when Martha was talking about like the undocumented fellowship, I might have misunderstood because I'm not that familiar with SRE, but his, like his outlook on how it should be continued and expanded was like, this should be expanded to like all students. And he was like, this undocumented fellowship is a strong initiative, but I would like to make it inclusive to all students. And like, I don't think that's really the point of having a fellowship that's catered towards a specific population that needs it. I don't think that's really a productive way of saying, I think the direction should be opening it up to more students. I don't know if that's.
Okay, there's a lot of discussion, but I saw Javin first, and then Chris, and then Matthew, and then Asia. Unless you guys are repeating.
Okay, so just to clarify, like, do we all agree that they're both like good candidates? Like, what I'm saying is like in premise of organization, detailed mannerisms, expected to be a senator, do they all check those boxes for those like genuine things, like those organizations? Do you think that Joshua can do the same things that like be detailed, be organized? And if that's the case, then I feel like there should be less room for discussion because of the fact that Joshua brings the diversity to the table, plus all those things that Mod Health brings. So they both bring those things, like, why not bring the person who's going to do what their position says?
Chris?
I just have a clarification. I just have a question because now I'm confused. What is the difference between the equity university officer and then the student rights officer?
Basically, I'm gonna be completely honest, basically on it. Well, I just want to clarify my point. I'm not saying that like, I'm only saying that like Joshua is that could be a valuable senator because he's Latino. But he has good qualities, as Javin said, that would make a good senator, plus he brings this diverse perspective that's not on Senate.
Matthew?
Part of an equity and diversity officer's job is we're educating around equity, and I can vouch for Joshua being included that from our all peer equity conference.
Okay, Asia?
Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think so. I feel like there's kind of a little bit of a consensus starting to come, but a quick thing I just wanted to say was, regardless of like what background like either of them have, I just feel like for me, I mean, like obviously like that's a huge factor, like what Joshua said, like I really like what he said and the answers he gave, and I felt like obviously he has the experience like personally and like with outreach, whatever, but I also feel like they apply for like equity and diversity, and someone asked straight up like how would you define equity? And I feel like Joshua's answer for that was like significantly more like understanding of like what equity means and what it is. And I just feel like that for me, that was like that, okay, like he has this and he understands equity, and like that's in the role, like equity and diversity. And he explained it the best of the two. So that's like case closed for me.
Richie?
I think in the interest of saving time, I think we have a consensus discussion.
Unless there's a second. Any objections? No objection? Okay, sure. Here's the QR code. So if you guys want to vote here, and then just again, once you finish voting, please raise your hand.
Wait, Isaac. Next candidate to shorten the introduction.
I don't think we can, yeah.
Yeah, we're not gonna make it too big.
Not yet.
We're gonna table.
We're tabling.
Oh, yeah.
So guys, if you finished voting, please raise your hand and someone bring the candidates in, please. Someone who have voted, yeah. Has everyone finished voting?
You can look at them.
If you, again, if you finished voting, raise your hand high up. Okay, Aaron? Okay,
Okay, so Madhav received 7 votes and Joshua received 24 votes for the new equity and diversity officer.
congrats to Joshua for being the equity and diversity officer. Again, round of applause. But I think because of time constraints, in 8:22 now, we're probably not gonna finish the Q&A and deliberation processes if we start doing on student rights and officer position right now. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna table it until next week's internal officer election. We'll,
You don't necessarily need to table like officially or anything, because it's just a continuation of the. It's the item is specifically just about elections, which is already planned.
Yeah.
Next year.
so, do I just, okay, so.
Unless anyone objects, we want to the next item.
Let's move on to the next.
Oh, can I just say one thing? Because there was a question about what the difference is between student equity, and right? So I want to make sure that you all understand, especially as senators, they are distinct in, what they do, although there are some overlaps. So student equity is just that, diversity, equity, inclusion, looking at race inequality, social justice issues. Our student rights person looks at student rights and responsibility. So things around due process, for example, or students feel like you need something happened over in the admissions office and they want to file a grievance. So there might be a little bit overlap, but they're very different.
Okay, anyways.
And also, I haven't looked at the SRE code in a while, so also, if I remember, at least from the way things were in the past and but I think they're also sort of not just rights, but also services side, so maybe the resource fair and things like
Yeah,
that.
so student rights work on resource fair and equity diversity doesn't do that part. And it's an outreach other parts of the year.
So it's all there, so you can read it to get a better sense of what the two versions are there.
Okay, anyways, moving on, we're not gonna do introduction and approval of protected standard. Because we'll have internal election. So, but if you are an elected member, I mean, if you were elected to be an internal officer or executive, you should write your name down because you have,
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess at least if you haven't reached your 3 required meetings yet or 2 required meetings.
so, any incoming executives or internal officers that were elected, write down your name again.
Or that are gonna be discussed in the future weeks. So anyone elected today or that's still to be discussed, or that the positions are still to be discussed. If any of you need to still reach 2 minimum meetings, yeah, please come up.
Yeah.
Are we?
3, whatever it is.
There's one in. Anyone else?
I'm trying to get fired.
Oh,
I reached out.
So we can get through the rest of the
Yeah,
agenda.
the only people that, you know, on the Senate that are standing up should be, or anyone else, should just be the people who still need to have their meeting recorded for, that's all.
Any public comments?
Just a couple things. Will internal discussion be put in the minutes or will transcript be available for the record?
I don't think we normally don't do that. They're available, you know, people can be here, but generally the minutes include things like motions and all that kind of stuff. And of course, it will include, you know, the actual voting as well. Because, yeah, that is required, so it will include all the, you know, everybody who voted and how they voted. But not necessarily everything word for word.
But just really quick, I'd like to offer my deepest thanks and apologies to everyone who sat through this meeting waiting for your interview, but we didn't get to you today. Thank you so much for sitting through it. We know it was a lot of time.
Yeah, sorry for not getting over that. Anyway, any advisor announcements?
Yes, so, for this Friday, we have the new exec training, so please be here on time at 12 o'clock. You're getting Ike sandwiches. And I need to know who the current Senate execs will be there for the panel. So, Lydia, Isaac, could you let me know who? So we do need like several of you. It's part of your job, okay? And then please don't forget about Club Day tomorrow, and then enrollment day on Saturday. Please come. We've got tables for GSAG and ICC and mentors, and we will, there's gonna be lots of students there. And then finally, we will have dinner for the next 2 following Senate meetings too. So if you have any suggestions, please let me know but it's gotta be something that's close, relatively close around here. And they have a pretty diverse menu. So those are my 2 criteria. But let me know, because I'm gonna be, otherwise you're just gonna get what I think you will.
And considering the large number of people we will be having at these meetings, and it could actually be the next 3 if we don't get through all of them, if we think the 4th one is gonna be long enough as well. Yeah, I mean, it can't be super expensive or anything either.
Yes.
You know, considering how many people we have.
What was I gonna say about that? Go ahead.
Are we gonna start with SRE?
Yes, we're gonna start with student rights and then.
Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, for all the internal elections, we'll just continue with the stated schedule, but you know, anything that we can finish, we'll just get pushed down.
Ariana?
I suggested last week that we tell the people interviewed to like tell them like a general time of when their interview is gonna be so that they're not waiting.
Well,
And
we thought it was gonna be 2 hours, but 2 hours was 2 hours ago, so.
I mean, we should really like schedule, like,
Yeah.
just like a rough outline of when their interview is gonna be, so they're not waiting there the whole time.
Yeah, I'll look into maybe, I'll check and see, because I didn't expect that much Q&A, to be honest. But
there were a lot of extensions as well.
There were a lot of
But
extensions.
we did start a half an hour early based on the agenda, so, yeah.
And then we ended 2 hours. ago.
I do need to say one more thing. Who has the meal sign-in sheet? Okay, so I need to make sure everybody that ate, please sign in before you leave, because we need that in order to, when we submit our.
Any more things? Last call. Okay, I adjourn the meeting at 8:30 PM. You are